Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera as we check out Midtown Memphis. 60 degrees, 707. Just a gorgeous sight there as the sun comes up on your Tuesday. It's going to be a great day. Great temperatures. Of course, we'll be checking in with Riley throughout the morning here on Action News 5's digital desk. And as we go to break right now, I want to tell you about what we're looking at here. We are going to be talking about a number of different things, one of which has to deal with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. They are launching a brand new partnership with Berkshire Hathaway, you know, the realty company. Well, they have a new partnership we're going to talk about with regards to supporting the children at Le Bonheur. It's a great partnership that will benefit some of the patients there at Le Bonheur. We'll talk about that. We'll also talk about a hackathon that's happening at the University of Memphis. This is one of those collaborations where students come together and they're part of workshops. They're part of capstone presentations. They network. This is at the FedEx Institute of Technology on the University of Memphis campus, where they come up with very creative, innovative ideas. And we're going to be talking more about this event and how perhaps a son or daughter, a student, can be a part of this. And in addition to that, we're going to be talking about a music festival that's happening in one Memphis community also as well this morning. That and plenty more on the Action News 5 digital desk. In fact, when we come back from a short break, we're going to be talking about this men's health event that is happening this Thursday in Memphis. Completely free event that has various health screenings, various panel discussions, and other variables that are very important to men's health. That's coming up. We're going to talk about it in 1 minute on Action News 5's digital desk. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to tell you about an event that is coming up later this month. You know, we talk about men's health sometimes, and we know that generally speaking, men don't like going to the doctor unless they're on practically their deathbed. But there is a men's health event that is happening where you're not only going to get free health screenings, but you're also going to see some panel discussions, and there's going to be other breakout sessions to highlight various topics when it comes to men's health. I want to show you this. This is what we're talking about, a healthy new game plan, Thursday, October 16th from 4 to 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk. This is going to be at Methodist North, and I'm joined by Marcus Ross. He is the Director of Community Engagement with Methodist North. Marcus, tell me more about this event that's coming up. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Yeah,
Doing
we're
well,
excited
thank
about
you.
this event. We're excited about this event. Methodist North Hospital, along with Christ Community, we're partnering to host our first annual Battle for Men's Health. And we're hoping that this event gives men an opportunity to learn about important health topics, about their health in a setting that they feel comfortable in. We found from previous community initiatives that we've done that men tend to feel more comfortable talking about their health with other men outside of the hospital setting. So we're hoping that this event gets men comfortable and creates a safe space for them to talk about health and learn about health amongst each other.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I mean, certainly any kind of event that caters to that type of situation is going to be beneficial for the community. Let's talk about when it is, how people can attend, if they need to register, that sort of thing.
Okay, so it's a health event that we want to encompass total men's health. So we'll have breakout sessions there led by physicians, touching on topics such as cardiovascular health, urology, colorectal cancer, mental health, also fitness and nutrition. We'll have a resource area there with different vendors giving out resource information. Also, we'll have a panel of physicians there to answer any questions that any men may have. You may not feel comfortable asking questions in that breakout session setting. So we'll have physicians there that you can ask them questions privately if you want to. But we want to do it in a setting that we feel comfortable in, that men feel comfortable in. A lot of us, we love sports, so we'll also watch the game. We'll have the game out on the big screen on the lawn where we have the opportunity to network and be social and eat some good tailgate type food.
Yeah, I see
People who are
that here.
interested,
Go ahead.
yes, yes, sir. People that are interested, they can go to methodisthealth.org/men's health event to register for the event. Our event is also posted on Choose 901 and on our Methodist Labona Healthcare Facebook page.
That sounds great. So I just want to make sure that our audience knows, though. So this is an event that's being hosted by Methodist North, but this is going to be in Memphis. Let's talk about the facility where it's going to be, so people can understand, exactly where it is. Methodist North is around the Millington area, though.
Yes, this event. We understand our service area here at North, but we these topics affect everyone in the city. So we want to reach everyone in the city. So our event will be held at the Junior League of Memphis at 3475 Central Avenue.
Okay, great. And so this is the inaugural event, right, Marcus? I mean, this you guys haven't done this before. It's free, correct? And do they need to register?
Yes, you can register through our Methodist Labona Healthcare page, /men's health event. This is our first event, so we want to make this a success and we want to grow each year after this.
Excellent, excellent. So one more time, let me throw up the information there so you can see it for yourself. Free health screenings, information, a Q&A with physicians, panels, that sort of thing, breakout sessions, all while watching Thursday night football at the Junior League of Memphis on Central Avenue there. And you can scan that QR code if you'd like to register. You can also go to methodisthealth.org/men's health event. Again, this is something that's free of charge. Anything else we want to mention, Marcus, before we let you go about this event?
I just want to remind people that we're going to have a good time. We're going to learn about health. We're going to be open, have open dialogue, and I hope to see everyone there.
Hey y'all, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Sydney Gray in for Andrew Douglas today. We've been bringing you so many different segments today, all about events and things that are happening across the Mid-South. Well, we got to keep that momentum going as we talk about basketball season. Of course, you know, your Memphis Tigers are going to be playing pretty soon here. And there is this thing we got to talk about, the little penny puppet. Y'all remember that? We got a friend who does. Joining me this morning is Mike, I was about to say your name the wrong way. We just talked about how to say your name this morning. Mike Provenzale is here with us on the digital desk to talk about the little penny puppet. How you doing, Mike?
Good for you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining the digital desk today. You got someone behind you there. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, the star of the show right here. This
Yeah.
is a production puppet of Little Penny, used for the Nike ad campaign in the 90s. One of the most iconic ad campaigns ever. And it's going to find a new home in about 2 weeks.
That is pretty cool. So tell us a little bit of the background for those youngins who didn't quite grow up in the 90s or see this back in the day. What is this all about?
So in the 90s, Anthony Hardaway was signed to Nike. He had his own shoe line, the Memphis Great, and then he was playing for the Orlando Magic at the time. And Nike came up with an ingenious ad campaign where it was Penny Hardaway and then Little Penny, the puppet. And he was voiced by Chris Rock. And they did a series of commercials, all hilarious. Anthony, very humble guy. Little Penny was the opposite. He had a lot of attitude and was very outgoing and very interested in dating Tyra Banks.
This is so cool to see. Tell us kind of what sparked all this to kind of make its return.
So the consigner reached out to us. He worked on the ad campaign. And when the campaign was over, the head of the project gave him this production puppet as a gift. And it was used in the still photography for the ad campaign. As soon as we saw it, we knew it was going to be a big hit. In the auction business, nostalgia is a huge part of desirability. And for basketball fans and Memphis Tiger fans, Magic fans, and NBA fans, that Little Penny campaign still has legs. The commercials are still hilarious. So we knew it was going to be a big hit. It's currently at $26,000, and we still have over 2 weeks of bidding to go. But you can check out the full story at ha.com.
That was my next question. I wanted to know where the bidding was standing at this point. You said at $26,000 at this point?
Yeah, when the consigner first reached out to us, everyone wants to know what their item's worth. We give free appraisals on anything. Some things are easy to appraise, but one-of-one items like this are a little more difficult. So we estimated it at $30,000, but looks like we underestimated people's interest and the nostalgia factor. So yeah, it's at $26,000 and looks like it's going to exceed that $30,000 estimate. But it's a real one-of-one. We've never seen one before. None have come out and reached the auction block, so this is the first time. We had it on display at our national convention this summer, and it was one of the most popular items at the entire show. Everyone was taking pictures with it, and really it's just an honor to be sitting here next to Little Penny.
It looks really, really cool just to be right there next to you. For people who are watching, whether they're here in Memphis or wherever they may see this online, if they have the cash, they want to get their hands on this, what do they need to be doing right now? How can they bid on this item?
Just go to ha.com. Our fall auction is open. There's over 4,200 items there, cards and collectibles. A little bit of everything for everyone, and this little guy is turning out to have a huge result, and we're excited to see where it ends up on October 25th.
All right. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for your time. Thanks, Little Penny, hanging out with you. This is super, super cool. Anything else you want the folks to know before we go?
Yeah, I would encourage people, if you have something you think is valuable or you want to find out what it's worth, reach out to us at ha.com. We give free appraisals even if you're not interested in selling, and maybe you've got a gem like this one sitting in your house that could turn your life around.
All right, maybe so. Mike, thank you so much. We do appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, we are winding down the free concert series at the Overton Park Shell. There's only a few more concerts left. It has been an incredible season with great weather and great live music. Let's bring in our friend Shelby Smith from Overton Park Shell to talk about those few remaining concerts left to go check out. And I know you're coming off an amazing weekend, Shelby. Tell me about what it was like this weekend. You had great weather, right? Good morning.
Absolutely. It was perfect weather here at the Overton Park Shell. And again, just a fantastic, I guess, example of our mission coming to fruition. We had our Shell Yeah benefit series featuring Kingfish, and he is, if you haven't checked him out, definitely make sure you either listen to his music or catch him on his tour. He was incredible. He did his thing not only on the stage, but he got off the stage and joined people actually on the lawn and was just like so charismatic and brought the energy, brought people together. So very grateful to have him close out that Shell Yeah benefit series. And again, the mission is to make music accessible. So all of the ticket sales from that show actually went back into the bucket to make sure that the 2026 free concert series is that much more impactful and empowered. So very grateful to have that. And then we followed it up with the second show of the Memphis Country Blues Festival, which was also fantastic. Proud to bring North Mississippi All-Stars and the Sensational Barnes Brothers to the stage again. The North Mississippi All-Stars, their mother passed away not too long ago. And so they brought in a bunch of different like origami butterflies to honor her. And a bunch of people were able to come and grab some of those and take them home just as a way to honor her and a tribute to their band. So it was really great. And just the kids, the energy, the food, the family, everything was fantastic. So it's beautiful seeing all those things together. And like you said, the Orion Financial Free Concert Series is closing out. We only have 3 more shows. So definitely want to make sure people have the good information to join us while it lasts.
Absolutely. And I'm so glad that so many people support the Overton Park Shell each and every year, because my gosh, you guys have so many great concerts. And if anyone hasn't been to the Overton Park Shell concert series throughout the spring or the fall, you're missing out on certainly one of the gems and one of the most enjoyable moments throughout the year in Midtown. So let's hear about the last 3 shows, Shelby.
Absolutely. So we have 3 shows at the Shell this weekend. One of them is a partner show, but we want to make sure to shout them out as well because we love our music partners here in the city of Memphis. We are doing the Music Export Memphis Tambourine Bash, which if you haven't experienced it for yourself, it is truly a unique blend and collaboration featuring different artists across multiple genres. And what Music Export Memphis does is kind of bring talent, the Memphis talent, to different cities across the country. So people really know what Memphis is bringing to the table when it comes to our Memphis music industry. But that is on Thursday, October 16th. It's fantastic. Again, if you haven't had a chance to join us for the Tambourine Bash, definitely make sure because it's going to be a unique event unlike any other. And there are ticket sales for that as well. And those ticket sales do empower their mission to export these artists across the country. Again, Thursday, October 16th, the Tambourine Bash from Music Export Memphis. Check it out. But then we're keeping that music going, obviously, for the two Orion Financial Free Concert Series lineup for this weekend. We have Corey Liu and the Village Band, a tried and true Overton Park Shell act. We actually feature him on Shell on Wheels often. But if you haven't seen him, he brings the energy every single time. He's going to be with his The Village Band. And if you don't bring your dancing shoes, that is a misstep on your part because he definitely knows how to get the people grooving. And he's going to be joined with Savannah Brister, another local Memphis artist. She actually got her, I guess, claim to fame by being featured on The Voice. She was actually picked by John Legend himself. So definitely make sure to catch her talent. She is bringing more folk, more country vibes, while Corey Liu and The Village are bringing the funk and the soul. So a little bit different ends of the spectrum when it comes to the genres, but both incredible talents. And that's on Friday, the October 17th, and that show starts at 7. And then we're gonna cap off the weekend on Sunday. We usually do shows on Saturday, so definitely make sure to mark that this one's a little bit different. But we're featuring Tennessee Shakespeare Company, Shakespeare at the Shell, and I believe they're gonna do the play that goes wrong, something the play that goes wrong, something like that. I can't remember the actual feature presentation that they're doing, but they bring such a different energy to the free concert series because it is live theater. We've hosted live theater here at the Overton Park Shell historically, so always proud to bring them back. And that is on Sunday, October 19th. So decent selection of music and just the arts and entertainment here at the Overton Park Shell in general. And we have one more show after this weekend. So get here while you can.
Yeah, exactly. One more thing about the Tambourine Bash on Thursday night. Looks awesome. Looks like an amazing show. Is there a fee involved? If so, how much?
Yes, I believe the tickets for that they run between $20 and $30. But again, all of that, all the proceeds from those ticket sales, they go back to supporting these artists who are on the road. Not only do you kind of enhance their options when it comes to where they get to go, but some of those proceeds go into procuring studio time or helping them get on their feet with merch. Truly, it is kind of like a ground up support when it comes to what Music Export Memphis does. And again, those proceeds go towards I guess impacting that mission that much more. So Tambourine Bash, October 16th, Music Export Memphis. If you don't know them, get to know them.
Yeah, and I mean, gosh, $20, $30 for a concert with multiple acts like that is unheard of these days. So certainly
Absolutely.
affordable at that. Well, listen, Shelby, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk and everyone that makes the Overton Park Shell so special for our community across Memphis and the Mid-South. Thank you very much for coming on the Digital Desk, and I can't wait to celebrate 90 years of the Overton Park Shell next season. It's going to be great.
It's going to be fantastic, and we can only do that with the support of our Memphians. So thank you guys for showing up every single season, and thank you guys at Action News 5 for just letting me join you every Monday. It's been an amazing year, and thank you for what you're doing for Memphis. We really appreciate it.
All right. Right back at you, Shelby. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about a woman's initiative here to help all those ladies out there who are facing burnout and mental overload, just trying to balance life and everything that life can entail. We're talking about a new initiative that is expected to help women overcome the burdens of caregiving, things like financial security and just overall high expectations. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by Alice Glenn. She is the president of the Association of Junior Leagues International to talk more about this initiative that aims to reclaim women's well-being. So Alice, good morning to you. Tell me about this initiative and how people in Memphis and across the Mid-South where we are can take part in this initiative. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me. And yes, you're absolutely right. We've really reached a breaking point. People are more overwhelmed and stressed than ever, and women in particular are juggling so many different obligations, whether in the home with spouses, partners, children, aging parents, workplace obligations, and so many other things in their lives that really create a sense of just being overwhelmed. And it's really past time to start a conversation and finding real solutions.
No question about it. I mean, I think overall, just, our society today is just overstressed, Alice. No question about it. So let's dial in a little bit to this initiative, some of the things that the Junior League's working on so that everybody here in Memphis and across the Mid-South can participate in.
Absolutely. Well, what we're really focused on is one, identifying what those specific challenges are for women, right? Not asking them to juggle more things more effectively or find more work-life balance or anything like that. Identifying the problems, finding and providing real tools, data, and research, and ultimately a roadmap for long-term systemic solutions.
So I know that we have a very active Junior League chapter here in Memphis. When people are listening today to this, should they reach out to the Memphis chapter for this initiative?
They absolutely can. We are an international association with over 100,000 members across 6 different countries. So certainly we're excited to launch the initiative globally. As we roll it out, though, what's really unique about the Junior League, as you said, is the nearly 300 individual Junior Leagues around the world, like the Junior League of Memphis, which has done such incredible work in your community, partnering with other organizations and creating programs that address the specific needs in your community. Like I know they're partnered with the Sweet Cheeks Diaper Ministry to provide diapers and other products to families across the community. So while we're excited to launch this initiative globally, we're even more excited to see what the members of the Junior League of Memphis do to make it even more impactful for the women of your community.
I got it, Alice. So if people want to learn more about this initiative, what it entails, how they can get involved, how they can support it, where can they go?
Absolutely. They can visit everywomanallthings.org or find us on social media at that same handle.
Okay, Alice Green, president of the Junior League International. We appreciate you taking a few minutes on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Parkinson's disease that affects nearly 1 million people in the U.S. with more than 90,000 newly diagnosed each and every year. There's no one way to diagnose Parkinson's disease. It makes it difficult to recognize. Some early signs are tremors. Some other signs are loss of smell, trouble sleeping or walking, a soft or low voice, stooping over, hunching over, and non-motor symptoms like depression and anxiety. Let's talk a little bit about Parkinson's disease, how to recognize those symptoms, and some solutions out there that we can give to families and caregivers. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by a couple of people here. John Lair, he's president and CEO of Parkinson's Foundation, and Dr. Kathy Blake. She is someone living with Parkinson's disease right now. Good morning to you both. And John, I want to begin with you. Tell us exactly what is Parkinson's disease for our viewers out there, and the most important thing to know about Parkinson's disease. Good morning.
Yeah, you captured the early signs very well. So Parkinson's is called a degenerative progressive neurological disease. It's also known as a movement disorder. So some initial signs are the ones you listed, like a resting tremor, difficulty moving. But it is a whole body disease. It can affect cognition, mental health, your senses, the GI. People will start to notice symptoms, sometime before they actually get diagnosed by a physician, preferably a neurologist. The thing to know about it is the number one risk factor for Parkinson's disease is age. So people are mostly diagnosed later in life, in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. There's just a small percentage of people who are diagnosed with what's called young onset Parkinson's disease. And the other thing I'd say is you can live well with Parkinson's if you adhere to your medication regimen and if you exercise, which I think is really very important.
Thank you for that, John. Kathy, over to you. Tell me a little bit about your story and how you manage the symptoms of Parkinson's.
So I developed symptoms of Parkinson's about 12 years ago, but there was a period of 5 years in which the pain, the achiness in my left arm and shoulder, I thought it was arthritis. I thought I was just getting older. I saw an orthopedic surgeon, went to a physical therapist, and I got better. And it was only when I started to develop a very slight tremor in my left hand, and I was seeing a physical therapist, brand new, out of school, newly minted, and I mentioned it to her, and she said, something else is going on here. She was the one who got the ball rolling and pointed me in the direction of a neurologist and then a movement disorder specialist. So once I found out I had Parkinson's disease, the prescription, the medication, so to speak, was exercise. And that's because exercise is the one strategy that will actually slow the progression of the disease. We don't have a cure, so we want to slow the progression. And then over time, my neurologist added medication to manage some of my symptoms as well.
Kathy, thank you. I appreciate that. John, over to you. What causes Parkinson's disease? Is it just genetic? How is it diagnosed?
Yeah, so we don't really know. We know that there are a number of causes. So again, age is the number one risk factor. We also know that genetics plays a role in diagnosis. In fact, we're running one of the largest studies looking into the genetics of Parkinson's, a program called PD Generation. And there are also environmental factors, some toxins out there that can also exacerbate and lead to a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease.
So I want to open this up to you both. Let's talk about resources available, how to best manage symptoms out there, and what would you say to family members and caregivers who are dealing with this disease with a family member? Kathy, let me start with you.
So what I would say to families and caregivers is learn as much as you possibly can about Parkinson's disease. That can be through some of the resources that John will mention. Second, you're not alone. So become part of a community of people either living with Parkinson's or caring for someone with Parkinson's. Exercise, and the exercise may be with others with Parkinson's, but it could be walking with friends. It could be riding a bicycle. going to the gym. And then lastly, get involved, if at all possible, with research. The study that John mentioned, PD generation, but also it's through research that we will get closer to better therapies and closer to a cure.
John, over to you.
Yeah, so for more information and resources, please go to our website, which is parkinson.org. That's parkinson.org. And if you want to talk to somebody live, call our helpline, which is 800-4PD-INFO. That's 800-4PD-INFO. We have Parkinson's experts who are ready and willing to answer any questions you might have about Parkinson's disease and to also direct you to resources in your local community.
Well, John and Kathy, thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like people out there at least either have someone in their family or know someone who has Parkinson's, and they are dealing with it as a caregiver or family member. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Very valuable information. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. If you're like me, you are always trying to figure out a better way to get a better night's sleep. It's so elusive for so many of us. We are so busy. Our lives are just chock full of all kinds of busyness with work and various activities outside of work. So it is so important to get that sleep for so many health benefits. So how do we do it? Not next week, not this weekend, tonight. How are we going to do it? Well, let's bring on someone who's an expert in sleep. I am joined right now by Prahad Sharma. He is a pulmonologist. He's also a sleep physician at Regional One Health. He leads a sleep clinic at the hospital, and he's joining us right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Prahad, thank you for joining us here. Where do people, first off, make their biggest mistakes when it comes to trying to find a way to get some good rest out there? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes?
So I think there's a lot of things that we could do. It's not the mistake that we make, but it's basically that we don't know that all those small things matter. As for everything else, preparation is the key for the sleep. So if you prepare yourself well, then you may have a good night's sleep. But if your preparation is not that good, then the sleep may not be that great. And what we talk about that is what you do throughout the day, what you eat throughout the day, how you spend your day, what happens throughout your day does matter your sleep. At the same time, how you sleep, when you sleep, and what environment you sleep in also affects your sleep.
What's the biggest factor in getting a good night's rest? If you had to name it, I know there's several, okay, but if you had to name the biggest factor in getting a good night's rest, what is it?
So first thing is, I think you need to prepare yourself, as we said earlier, that have a relaxing environment, calm down, what we call the wind down time. And when you go to the bed itself, you have to stick on a schedule, because things work better if you stick to a strict schedule. And sometimes it's difficult over the weekend. What is more important at that time is you try to fix your wake up time, because you can control that. So if you remain on that rhythm, what we call the circadian rhythm, then your sleep is better. And when you go, lie down on the bed, make it dark, quiet, cool, and comfortable so that you can sleep well without having any external disturbances to you. No TV, no cell phone, no blue light, nothing in the
Yeah.
bedroom.
What's the ideal amount of sleep? Sometimes people get too much, sometimes people get too little. What's ideal?
Everyone has their own requirement. Few people need a little bit more. Few people may be okay even on the less amount of sleep. So anywhere about 6 to 8 hours may be normal for most of the people. There are few people who may function okay when they sleep 4 to 6 hours. We call them short sleepers. So that maybe few people who may be sleeping 4 or 5 hours may still be okay. But if you are sleeping more than 8, 10 hours, then again, that is abnormal. You should not be requiring that much of sleep. But all of those things changes with age and time.
I know a lot of people have sleep apnea. It's a pretty common condition out there. Can you briefly explain some of the issues associated with that and the best remedies from your perspective?
Yes. So as you said, yes, sleep apnea is very common, and 1 in 5 male and about 1 in 6 or 7 female will have sleep apnea. But a lot of them goes undiagnosed or underdiagnosed because people don't realize the symptoms they are having may be coming from sleep apnea. So few of the symptoms are people may just have mild difficulty kind of thinking, brain fogging or something like that, or they may also have early morning headache which goes away after a few hours, or they feel a little bit irritable throughout the day, maybe a little bit sleepy during the day. So all those may be just a telltale sign of sleep apnea, but if they go unnoticed for a long time, then you run into other problems.
Okay, we know that so many people are looking at screens, and we know that perhaps people's diet isn't the greatest when it comes to winding down, as you mentioned earlier, to get that good night's sleep, that good night's rest. What are some of the key takeaways? If you had to make a bullet list of maybe 3 or 4 different things you can do right now, tonight, to have that great night's sleep, what would you do?
Okay. Again, I will say wind down time is very important. So that's when you reflect on some people who likes to write, may even do journaling or something so that they can vent out their feeling so that they can go to the bed relaxed. And reading books, doing something very quiet and not too exciting, not too entertaining helps. And also another thing is smoking and alcohol intake, because a lot of people think like maybe if they drink maybe a couple of glasses of wine or drink, they may feel sleepy and they may sleep better, but it works the other way, meaning your good quality sleep is taken away and you wake up not feeling rested, feeling tired, because the very important part of the sleep called the REM sleep is taken away. At the same time, if you smoke before bedtime, that is a stimulant and that will not let you fall asleep quickly and causes more problems. So preparing the right environment, not drinking too much before the bedtime, not smoking, and having a very comfortable bed is the key to have a good sleep.
Right. Also, a cool bedroom, right? I mean, you want to make the temperatures.
Yes, cool bedroom, very comfortable. Yeah, it may be worth investing in finding a very comfortable mattress for you.
Excellent. Okay, one other thing, there's a lot of sleep aids out there. Some people might take melatonin, some people might take an Ambien, some people will, have a gummy, a CBD or something. What do you think of those three, and do you recommend a sleep aid?
So it depends what is driving the problem. So because if it is sleep apnea, which is one of the most common problem, then those aid may not help. Because if it is sleep apnea, then we have to diagnose with the sleep study and treat you for that particular problem. But other problems, let's say people cannot fall asleep because there is misalignment with the time and everything, then on those people, melatonin may help. And the pills like Ambien, that is more for the problem, what we call insomnia. And for that one, people have difficulty initiating sleep, and Ambien may help, but that is not the best medication because a lot of the time, trying to find what is causing the problem and attacking or solving the underlying problem is the best modality.
Okay, Prahad Sharma, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Very informative, and it's something that I think so many Americans struggle with, getting a better night's sleep. And hopefully, people have been taking notes and really kind of thinking about a better night's sleep tonight through some of your recommendations. So we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. One of the most beautiful places in Memphis is Memphis Botanic Garden. They are 96 acres of beauty each and every day throughout the entire year. And in the month of October, and especially during the fall season, they have all kinds of cool things going on, family-friendly things, activities for a 21 and up crowd as well. But later this month, they're going to have something for all the kiddos out there when it comes to Halloween. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Patty Berry. She is part of the Family Program Coordinator at Memphis Botanic Garden. Patty, good morning to you. So tell me about this Halloween activity you have going on at the garden.
Well, thank you for having me here today. On October the 18th, starting at 9:30 in the morning, we're going to have over 30 vendors coming for our Halloween hike. We're expecting a big crowd. The weather should be fantastic. It's not a scary time for Halloween. The kids can go to different stations, learn something, get some treats. No tricks on this event. We're going to have ticketed entry so that the vendors and the kids don't have to wait in long lines. We're going to have music by music. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, tell me about it. So, so when kids show up on October 18th, is there a time frame, and then what do they do?
Yes, it's ticketed entry. The first entry is at 9:30. It's in 30-minute increments. They can spend all day here. The event is over at 2. We have, like I said earlier, 30 different vendors that are coming in. A lot of them are ones we've had before, like Benjamin Hook's Library. But this year we have a lot of new vendors like Church Health and Aviation, Pediatric, Dental. So lots of stuff for the kids to learn and to enjoy. And
so is it right? Of course. So they show up in costume and then just kind of walk around to the various vendors.
Yes, they can come in costume if they want to. If they don't want to, they don't have to come in costume. Most kids do. They go from vendor to vendor. There might be books handed out, some toothbrushes. They'll, sorry, I've got a little bit of rain coming down on me. We have Pigtails and Crew Cuts is going to be here. Bricks and Minifigs. Yui's is one of our sponsors this year, and they've got some handouts too. So it's going to be a fun day. We've got food trucks, all kid-friendly food trucks. We got Halika Polish Eatery. We have the Fry Guy. We got Larry the Hot Dog Guy. So lots of food trucks, lots of fun. And Music Box is bringing 3 of their teen bands, and they're going to be performing during the event. So lots of fun for the whole family. If you don't want to eat at a food truck, bring a picnic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sounds like it. So let's talk about tickets and how people can purchase them.
Okay, you can purchase them online. You can pick your time that you want to come. Like I said, it's in 30-minute increments. It's $10 for members. Non-members, it's $15, and day of, it is $18 to attend. We're having everything spread out, so the kids, like I said, would not have to wait in lines for very long. And they can spend the whole day. They can play, wander around, feed the koi fish. Lots of fun.
That sounds fun. And so if people want to get some more information on this event, October 18th, a Saturday from 9:30 to 2, where can they go?
They can go to our website, memphisbotanicgarden.org.
Okay,
and
all right. Well, fantastic.
And we have great people at the front desk. If they want to call the front desk, they can purchase their tickets from them also, or just come the day of and purchase your tickets when you get here.
Patty Berry, Family Program Coordinator at Memphis Botanic Garden. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you so much, and good luck on the 18th with this great Halloween event. Appreciate it.
And everybody, come on down. It's going to be a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. As we approach the 8 o'clock hour, I want to show you this live look from our High 5 camera downtown Memphis. A gorgeous day ahead. Not a cloud in the sky as you see this. 63 degrees as we approach the 8 o'clock hour here at Action News 5. We're expecting highs around the low to mid 80s today. Lots of sunshine, really no chance of rain. Of course, we'll be talking more throughout the morning here on Action News 5 digital desk with regards to our forecast, which is a good one for much of the week. We'll be talking about that. Riley Strain will have that, or Riley Winch will have that a little bit later this morning on Action News 5's digital desk. But I want to get to some of the top stories that we are following at this hour here on Action News 5, and that involves what happened overnight here at about 4:30. Memphis police say they responded to a shooting here. This is Riley Avenue, Airways Boulevard. And they told us that upon arrival, they found one woman dead there on the scene. A second woman was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. And the suspect accused in this shooting, a man, was taken to the hospital where he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Preliminary investigation suggests that this shooting stemmed from a domestic dispute. Officers calling this an ongoing investigation. Let's talk now about Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and the latest numbers from the Memphis Safe Task Force. Here's the breakdown. This is 161, or rather, I should say, 803 people have been arrested since September 30th. 300 reported arrested last Tuesday. And then you can see the breakdown of arrests there. The latest breakdown deals with people being arrested on previous warrants here. You can see it right now on this screen. 161 arrests for administrative charges. A previous Department of Justice breakdown shows that ICE arrests were divided into that category. 130 were arrested for other, and 94 have been arrested for gun charges. The remaining 121 arrests were for homicide, probation, sex offenses, and narcotics. The Memphis Safe Task Force also has issued nearly 4,000 traffic citations. Also, I want to tell you about the Memphis Police Department. It says these 2 officers were relieved of duty for now after being accused of drag racing. That's Raphael Willingham and Albert Green. They're out on a $4,000 bond. Investigators say around 2 o'clock Sunday morning, a Tennessee state trooper saw 2 Corvettes speeding down Winchester near Hickory Hill Road. The drivers hit their brakes once they spotted THP. Both men were off duty at the time. Let's go now to Leland, Mississippi, where investigators say 4 people are now in custody in connection to a deadly mass shooting where 6 people were killed, 20 others injured following a high school football game. The FBI says Tavion Powell, Morgan Lattimore, and William Bryan are charged with capital murder. LaToya Powell charged with attempted murder. 6 people were killed, 10 hurt in that shooting following the homecoming football game. The motive remains under investigation. To DeSoto County, Mississippi, where more details are coming out about a former youth pastor who pled guilty to 6 sex crimes against a child in DeSoto County. This is Lindsay Whiteside. She was indicted late last year on felony sexual battery of a minor. A judge sentenced her to 3 years of house arrest, 7 years probation. She must also register as a sex offender. DA Matthew Barton says there were 64,000 pages of evidence between text messages and stationaries from the church showing her relationship with a girl 9 years younger than she was. The spokesperson for the family says the evidence is disturbing. The DA says his office pushed for Whiteside to get 30 years in prison. He also added that if Whiteside was a man, the outcome would have been much different. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee held a press conference about this announcement about Radiant Industries selecting Tennessee to build its world's first mass-produced nuclear generator factory. The new site will produce a nuclear generator that will transform the way nuclear is delivered around the world. It will be built in East Tennessee, which Governor Lee calls the global epicenter of the new nuclear renaissance. Radiant will invest $280 million utilizing the state's Nuclear Energy Fund. To Middle Tennessee now, where the long road to recovery continues after that deadly explosion at the munitions plant in Hickman County this past Friday. 16 people were killed. It's been 4 days since the explosion. The cause remains unknown at this hour, and during a press conference, investigators say this case is still moving at a snail's pace. Crews are still in the process of collecting samples, trying to make confirmations, but first you have to make sure the scene is safe for everyone to work. Detectives say it could take weeks, if not months, before we get any solid answers. That's because they want to make sure no mistakes are made. Sports now, and switching gears here, let's talk about the Tennessee Titans, because they have fired their head coach, Brian Callahan. He was fired after a 1-5 start to the season, a 3-14 record last season. Took the head coaching job in January 2024 after the firing of Mike Vrabel. Vrabel is now the head coach of the New England Patriots. The Patriots will travel to Nissan Stadium in Nashville to play the Titans this Sunday. The Memphis Grizzlies have signed Charlie Brown, and he's no cartoon character. He's a 6'6" guard and appeared in 49 NBA games with 5 different teams after going undrafted out of St. Joseph's back in 2019. Brown should be ready to go and suited up when the Grizzlies take the court tomorrow night against the Charlotte Hornets in Charlotte. And those are your headlines right now on this Tuesday morning as we take another live look from our High Five camera there in downtown Memphis, 63 degrees. There's a shot there, lots of blue sky there. No clouds in the sky on this amazing morning here in Memphis and all across the Mid-South. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The month of October is a lot like the month of May in Memphis. There are so many things that are happening all across town in festivals, events, celebrations, just being out hanging with other folks. There are so many different things. So the best resource in order to organize your thoughts of where you want to go, what you want to do, is the I Love Memphis blog. And we got Jalen Suchek here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk just to organize our thoughts, because there are so many things. Am I wrong? October is like one of the busiest months of the year, is it not? Good morning.
Oh, I mean, October is just insane. You got to think all the good weather we get, all the fall activities, as it starts to get a little bit cooler. So you have Halloween events. I just actually finished our October blog right now, and it's at 30 plus events. And honestly, we could keep adding to it. I could probably keep adding all day. It could be like 50 plus events happening this month. So it is a good time to get out.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. All right. So let's hit on a few of them.
Yeah, so these are, I just pulled 5 of kind of like my favorite fall activities right now, maybe like 5 fall must-dos. And so the first one is both for the kids and the adults. So we have Zoo Boo and Zootoberfest happening at the Memphis Zoo. Zoo Boo runs from October 10th to November 1st. If you have been before, you should know to get your tickets early because it does sell out. But it's a trick-or-treat station set up throughout the zoo. The friendly, spooky displays, magic shows, just a lot of fun for the kids. And then, of course, like Zootoberfest is basically adult trick-or-treating with beer stations throughout the zoo, and they do that every Saturday and Sunday. And also really cool this year is they have a new beer garden at the Memphis Zoo with vendor stations, brat stand, pretzels and nachos, beer cheese, apple pie, ice cream, all the fixings in there. It's free to enter that part, and you do purchase the food. But I love Zootoberfest. I think it's such a good time to go on the weekends, and especially as an adult, maybe if you don't have kids, to reacquaint yourself with our great zoo. So that's one of my must-dos this fall. And then you kind of saw a picture earlier is the pumpkin house at the Dixon. This is just one of those super fun fall traditions. And if you didn't know, the Dixon is free to visit all the time, always. And I did see an update for them yesterday that they had started to build out the pumpkin house. So it should be ready to go soon, if not by today. So you can go there free, take all your photo ops. You can do your family photos, and that's really popular. I've seen engagements happen at this house. Super cute little photo op, and then spend some time while you're there, experience the gardens, the galleries, and you can grab a bite at Park and Cherry. So Dixon's really an amazing resource that we have in the community. And then if we're going to continue the fall fun, we have the Mid-South Maze at the Agri Center. So this is a family-friendly maze during the day and weeknights, and then it turns haunted on weekend nights beginning this weekend, as if getting lost in a maze wasn't scary enough. So they'll bring in some actors and decor to make it a little bit more frightening on the weekends. But otherwise, it is kid family friendly. And then they do have a corn cannon, jumping pillow for the kids. Highly recommend going on a Wednesday night because that is their family night. So you can get a free hayride and bonfire with your admission. But I feel like a corn maze is a rite of passage for people here in Memphis. And then another one is kind of going the Zootoberfest theme. It is just the Oktoberfest season. So a lot of Oktoberfest have kind of already started to happen. So this is why I wanted to get it on people's radar, because we have a couple coming up that are great. It'll be happening throughout the month. But the big ones is Wiseacre this weekend, and then Grind City Brewing. Both have huge Oktoberfest celebrations. So you can expect drink deals, Stein holding competitions, beer specials, really appropriate like fall German food trucks on site. And we do have a blog dedicated to all the Oktoberfest celebrations that you can find on our homepage right now. And then the last one is maybe a little bit more untraditional. It is going to Elmwood Cemetery. I love Elmwood Cemetery. I think it's so beautiful, historic. And of course, it is a little bit spooky, but it's perfect for the fall. There's just so much history in the cemetery, and they do a lot of incredible programming this month. So you see in the image now, this is from Soul of the City a few years ago. And what it is they'll bring in actors and they portray the stories of the residents that rest there at Elmwood Cemetery. So you walk around with a group, and it's a really interactive, fun storytelling. They have the costumes, just a lot of fun. This also is a fundraiser for the cemetery for their, their upkeep and staff. And then they also do some more fun events, like they have cemetery cinema. So they'll broadcast a movie. They'll be doing Dracula later this month on the roof of their shed. And then they also do some really cool theme tours, sometimes highlighting maybe the darker side of some of the people who are in that cemetery, or some, just very fascinating, interesting stories that they curate there.
I'm so with you, Jalen. I mean, like, the Elmwood Cemetery is amazing. I went on a tour a few years ago with a group of teenagers, and you learn so much about a city, its past. It's incredible, and there's such a rich past right there in Elmwood Cemetery. It's amazing to me. In fact, a lot of times my wife and I will go to other cemeteries in other cities that we visit just to kind of learn a little bit more about that city where we're in. I mean, I love it, and it's a great place. I would think in October it's a lot of fun to check out.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe such a hard thing to wrap around, the idea of going to a cemetery for fun, but it just trust me, it is a great place to visit. And like you mentioned, there's so much history. I think every time I go, I learn something new, whether it's, yellow fever, or, some Machine Gun Kelly's stories, mob stories back in the day. There's just, it's just an incredible, like, historical relic in the city.
Okay, and you mentioned for our audience that there is a specific dedication for October events on the blog. Is that right?
Yep, I just hit publish on it. So there are 30 plus events happening. You'll find it on our homepage, and I'll continue to add to it too as well, because like you said, there's a lot happening in October. But if you head to ilovememphisblog.com, you'll be able to find it.
Awesome. ilovememphisblog.com. Jalen Suchek joining us on the digital desk and telling us all about this amazing resource for free for everybody across Memphis and the Mid-South and beyond. Jalen, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. Hope you have a great October.
Okay, you do the same, Jalen. Appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There are so many things happening right now across Memphis and the Mid-South. October is one of those busy months, and let's bring in Talisa Franklin, who is staying busy in the month of October with so many different events for Memphians and Mid-Southerners alike. Good morning, Talisa. How's it going?
All is well, my brother. How's it going with you?
Everything's great, especially with this fantastic weather. You can't beat it. So what's going on with you?
Absolutely. First and foremost, I want to thank the NAACP DeSoto chapter for having me on this past weekend for the Freedom Fund banquet. I just want to say thank you. It was just such a blessing to be in DeSoto County. So I just want to say that before I start anything else. So thank you all. It was such a great time. And then y'all, want to remind you on this month, we know there's so many things happening, but there's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And so we wear purple in honor of domestic violence survivors. And so on this Wednesday, I will be the mistress of ceremony. I'm so grateful for Delta Medical having this amazing event that is going to honor women that has literally, y'all, they survived. They got great stories. So it's called the Power of Purple Luncheon. It is presented by Delta Specialty Hospital in partnership with the Boulevard Church of Christ. It's happening on this Wednesday, y'all, at 11 a.m. right there in their Family Life Center, 40 419 Elvis Presley. Listen, get there. There's so many amazing honorees, y'all, that I know personally that are doing the work to eradicate domestic violence in our communities. And so I'm grateful that we get an opportunity to love on them, to celebrate their tenacity and celebrate their courage. And also, there may be somebody in the room that's battling just like they was. And then also know that there's resources for you. You do not have to suffer alone. Domestic violence can be whether you're getting physically, mentally, emotionally. Don't suffer in silence. There is help, and know that there is help for you right here in the Mid-South. So I'm inviting everybody to the Power of Purple luncheon that is happening on this Wednesday, and I'm grateful to be the mistress of ceremony. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be really fun. And then, y'all, on Saturday, we all love Liddell Beeman of Heal the Hood, y'all. I always love his name, right? It's like Heal the Hood. And they are having their big annual event that takes place every single year. And when I say it takes place every single year. Liddell Beeman is actually doing the work. And so the big event is literally happening on this Saturday right there on Broad. It's called Taste Around the World. And it's a benefit experience that's for Heal the Hood, and it's happening at the Bridge on Broad event venue. One thing I can say about this event is that this brother always puts on great events, but more so, this is a way to help underwrite their program in helping our young people. And so you'll have tasty dishes from chefs all around Memphis, live performances from the Taste Around Band, live auctions. It's a great fundraiser for the House of Heroes. I understand what he's trying to do, and I'm excited that everybody is jumping in to do it, because we know that in order for us to heal our hood, we got to do it all together collectively. So I want to say kudos, and we cannot wait to celebrate you on this Saturday at 3 o'clock as we have the Taste Around the World benefit experience. And then last but certainly not least, the Neighborhood Christian Center. Let me tell y'all, the Neighborhood Christian Center has been doing the work in our communities for many, many years. I am so honored to be a part of this event as our event host, but I'm more so honored to get an opportunity to serve a couple that has served me when I was in elementary school. Dr. Ballard, Mr. Ballard and Dr. Ballard were a couple that at Douglas High School, y'all, if you were ever in Mr. Ballard's class, you know you always had something to eat and he always impacted you. And so now I understand why they started the Neighborhood Christian Center. And this Sunday, it's called Break the Cycle, where they lift every balloon for every neighbor, y'all. We can do this in honor of the true champion, Dr. Joanne Ballard, that is still with us today. It's happening on October the 19th. I am challenging my friends and my family. We know what all the great work the Neighborhood Christian Center is doing, led by the beautiful Mrs. Effie Johnson, the daughter of Dr. Ballard and Mr. Ballard. Listen, she's leading the work, but many of us know if you grew up like I did, we depended on the Neighborhood Christian Center. And just like we depended on the Neighborhood Christian Center, there's many people that are depending on the Neighborhood Christian Center as well. And so I want y'all to help us break the cycle and join us this Sunday from 4 to 5 right there on the campus of the Neighborhood Christian Center. It's going to be a blast, Andrew, and I cannot wait just for people to come out and be a blessing, and let's break this cycle of poverty in our communities.
I agree with you, Talisa. You're a blessing to us each and every time you come on the digital desk, and you're a blessing throughout the year here in Memphis and across the Mid-South. Enjoy today, the rest of the week, and all those great events over the next week and weekend. We appreciate your time.
Appreciate you, brother. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Check that out. 63 degrees, 821. We are back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk.
Well, good morning. I hope you're enjoying that Tuesday morning out there because we are talking about little to no cloud cover within the Mid-South. A couple clouds and showers off to our north and our west, but they do not move into the region over the course of today. And look at that clear sky. That's what's going to continue as we head throughout not just the next couple of hours, but we're talking about the next few days here. With those temperatures in the 60s starting off the morning, warming into the 70s by around 10 or 11 a.m. We are going to be in the 80s for highs as we approach that 3, 4, 5 o'clock time frame. And that is where those highs peak before cooling off into the 70s by sunset and then into the 60s after sunset. And that's where those lows bottom out early tomorrow morning. More rural neighborhoods can get into the 50s, while Memphis itself gets into the 60s, then warming up as we head throughout the day. Next 12 hours, warming through the 60s into the 70s. We'll be in the 80s, peaking those highs around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time frame, and then cooling off. But overall, a warm day, a beautiful day to get outdoors. Light breeze out of the northeast. That can keep us a little cooler today than we will be the next couple of days, but high of 83 in Memphis, 86 in Marks, Mississippi. And as we head throughout the next 10 days, this is going to be where we see lots of sunshine for our Tuesday and our Wednesday tomorrow. Highs getting up into the mid 80s, then highs in the mid to upper 80s by our Thursday and Friday. This could near record high territory. So Thursday and Friday, those are the days we are watching. If we get to around 87, 88 degrees, we could near or break record high temperatures for those days. Then Saturday is highlighted in yellow. That's where we have the chance for some strong to severe storms rolling through the region with that 60% chance of rain continuing into the overnight hours. We'll watch very closely Saturday. If we get a little bit more sunshine earlier on in the day, keep that in mind. That could bring in some stronger storms later on. If the storms roll through a little sooner, that could help keep those storms a little bit less intense. Then into next week, we cool off because a cold front moves through. Highs in the 70s, a stretch of days in the 70s. This is our biggest cool off we've seen yet so far this year as those temperatures return to average with more sunshine in the forecast next week. Just have to get through some stormy periods this weekend first.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Many people think that heartburn, acid reflux, GERD, they're all the same thing, but they're very different. And sometimes many people use them interchangeably, but they're different. And so we need to figure out what exactly is the difference and how we get relief from each one. Joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by Dr. Anna Yang. She works at Regional One Health. She is joining us once again. Dr. Yang, always good to have you on the digital desk. So this is interesting because I always thought like heartburn and acid reflux, I thought I use that interchangeably. Tell us the difference between all three. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Good to be here. So you're not necessarily wrong for using them interchangeably. They're pretty similar and they do refer to the same type of process that's going on. So acid reflux is the act of that acid actually physically coming up from the stomach through the esophagus. It might come just a little bit of ways. It might come all the way up to your throat. It might make somebody vomit. It might make somebody feel terrible. It might even just be some, minor discomfort symptoms. The heartburn usually refers to the chest pain that people sometimes get with acid reflux, but not everybody with acid reflux actually gets heartburn. And obviously, the word heartburn is a little bit misleading because it has nothing to do with your heart. It's that burning pain of the acid coming up through the esophagus that sometimes can be mistaken as heart pain, but it's really not. It's that acid in the esophagus kind of causing irritation, and it's usually a burning pain, and that's something that some people feel with the acid coming up. But again, not everybody feels that. Some people don't notice that heart or chest sensation. They just have a little bit of sore throat. Some people even have cough with it. Some people even just vomit with it. So it's not always the same symptoms. And lastly, GERD, or gastroesophageal reflux disease, refers to kind of the chronic condition that somebody can get if you do get recurrent acid reflux that requires treatment, and it becomes, a diagnosed condition, a medical condition that somebody has.
So can someone have all three at one time?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good deal. So, what are best practices to prevent this? Because it's like you would have a really good meal or a hearty meal, and then you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, oh my gosh, what is that?
Right. So basically, what's happening in acid reflux is that acid is coming up where it's not supposed to come up. The acid's supposed to stay in the stomach where it helps digest and break down the food that you're eating. There's supposed to be a valve or a sphincter that keeps that acid from going backwards up through the esophagus. And so that sphincter, if it becomes relaxed or looser, or there's too much pressure on the stomach that it overwhelms that sphincter, then people can get acid reflux. So there are different foods that commonly trigger acid reflux. People's triggers are sometimes a little bit different, but some of the more common triggers include things like caffeine or alcohol or citrus-containing things. Spicy foods, that's a really big one. Spicy foods, tomato-based sauces and things like that. If you notice a specific trigger, then obviously you want to avoid that. Losing weight can help too, obviously, because the more physical pressure you have pushing on your stomach, the more likely you are to have reflux. So sometimes even just losing a couple of pounds can make a difference with acid reflux symptoms. The last thing I want to say is, after you eat, try not to lay down too quickly. So, stay upright for a while, let the, food and the stomach acids and everything digest down in there before you either lay down or do a workout. And actually, if you have to lay down, laying down and laying on your left side is actually a little bit better than laying on your right side. Some people have more symptoms when laying on their right side because that position actually puts the stomach up over the esophagus, and kind of gravity is going to pull more acid downwards into your chest and your throat.
Appreciate the explanation there. Anna, what about like the seriousness of it? I'm curious. You mentioned it has the heartburn has nothing to do with the heart. Is it that serious?
So there are actually potential consequences of long-term untreated acid reflux. Now, I get that sometimes it's just a little mild nuisance, but over time, this acid can continue to actually damage you internally. So it can actually cause erosion and damage and scarring and things to your esophagus. And this can lead to long-term problems, including even stricture or narrowing. So, in the long term, people may have difficulty swallowing or getting the food down. In some instances, really long-term, untreated reflux can even cause cancer. It can cause, cell changes over time that can develop into esophageal cancer, which is important. So it's definitely not something to just ignore as a minor nuisance. It is definitely something to get treated and get taken care of if you are having symptoms.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to give you a live picture of what we're following right now. This is the platform where Tennessee Governor Bill Lee is in Memphis right now. He is expected to make comments at any moment with regards to Memphis Safe Task Force and this command center this morning. The event will be held, it's being held right here. This is the forward operating base on Haley Road. This is near Shelby Farms Park. Again, live pictures here where the governor is expected to provide an update on the Memphis Safe Task Force, what's happening, federal agencies, National Guard, that sort of thing. So we are going to take this live here on the Action News 5 digital desk when it happens. As you can see, still a lot there, still waiting for the governor to show up. And when he does, we will take it for you live. Let's talk about treatment options. I know there's medication involved in one perhaps option. Is there another option that's more naturally based?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously the first one before we even, talk about medications and, treatment options, the best thing is just to, try to lose some weight if that's something that you have a problem with, if that's contributing to the reflux. Avoidance of any foods or triggers of it. And if that doesn't work, then yes, there are medications out there. There are actually a number of over-the-counter options. So, your typical, Tums and Rolaids and, Mylanta and things like that can temporarily help the symptoms. But taking too much of that for too long of a period can actually be harmful. So if you're requiring a lot of Tums or frequent Rolaids or Mylanta, you may require, a medication that helps control the acid production. And some of these include things like Pepcid, or there's also Prilosec and Nexium. There's a couple other over-the-counter options. Now, if you're starting any of these, definitely let your primary care doctor know. And then there are prescription versions or prescription strengths of some of these over-the-counter medications as well that are alternatives. And if this still doesn't work, then you may even need to see somebody like a specialist, a gastroenterologist, who can put a camera down inside and actually take a look directly at the inside of your esophagus and your stomach to see if it really is reflux. If there is, something else contributing to the reflux, sometimes there's actually a bacterial disease that can contribute to GERD symptoms that can actually be treated. Or if there's any, more concerning things like stricture or even the development of, early cancer.
Good to know. Wow, a lot of information there, Anna. Anything else before we let you go? We have thousands of people watching each and every morning here on the digital desk. Final thoughts.
Yeah, the most important thing that I would say is just to not ignore your symptoms. Even if you feel like, oh, this is just heartburn, sometimes it is actually something more than just heartburn and sometimes treatable. And, it can lead to some long-term consequences. So the most important thing that I would say for anybody out there who, may have questions about this is to please talk to your doctor, get yourself a primary care doctor if you don't have one yet, and talk to them about your symptoms to see, what is the best way to move forward.
Dr. Anna Yang, Regional One Health, plainly and succinctly telling us the issue at hand. We appreciate it, Anna. Thanks so very much for your time on the digital desk. Okay, back now live here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We are awaiting this news conference that is set to begin at any moment. In fact, it was supposed to begin about 5 minutes ago. Governor Bill Lee here in Memphis to give us an update on the Memphis Safe Task Force. He is there and just waiting a few more minutes before he talks to the gathered press there. Of course, we have a crew there on the scene waiting for some comments. Again, this comes off of the DOJ saying that the Memphis Safe Task Force has made 803 arrests so far since they've been here in late September. 173 firearms have been seized and taken off the streets. This is at the command center where it's set up here, forward operating base on Haley Road. That's near Shelby Farms. And as you can see, the microphones are ready, the platform is ready, and so is the podium for the governor. So we are going to take a short break, a 60-second break. We're back with more on Action News 5's Digital Desk. All right, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, you're looking at a live picture right now of the task force update platform where Tennessee Governor Bill Lee is expected to make his comments at any moment. We are waiting for him and his team at the podium there at the stage. It's all set up. This is right near Shelby Farms Park in Memphis. These at the forward operating base. We're expected to get just an update from him on the Memphis Safe Task Force. As we have been mentioning all morning long, the U.S. Department of Justice says that the task force has made 803 arrests so far since it began. 173 firearms have been seized and taken off the streets. Once the governor approaches the podium, we will take his comments live here on the Action News 5 digital desk. In the meantime, let's get an update on our forecast with meteorologist Riley Winch.
Well, good morning. I hope you're enjoying that Tuesday morning out there because we are talking about little to no cloud cover within the Mid-South. A couple clouds and showers off to our north and our west, but they do not move into the region over the course of today. And look at that clear sky. That's what's going to continue as we head throughout not just the next couple of hours, but we're talking about the next few days here with those temperatures in the 60s starting off the morning, warming into the 70s by around 10 or 11 a.m. We are going to be in the 80s for highs as we approach that 3, 4, 5 o'clock time frame. And that is where those highs peak before cooling off into the 70s by sunset and then into the 60s after sunset. And that's where those lows bottom out early tomorrow morning. More rural neighborhoods can get into the 50s, while Memphis itself gets into the 60s. Then warming up as we head throughout the day. Next 12 hours, warming through the 60s into the 70s. We'll be in the 80s, peaking those highs around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time frame, and then cooling off. But overall, a warm day, a beautiful day to get outdoors. Light breeze out of the northeast. That can keep us a little cooler today than we will be the next couple of days. But high of 83 in Memphis, 86 in Marks, Mississippi. And as we head throughout the next 10 days, this is going to be where we see lots of sunshine for our Tuesday and our Wednesday tomorrow. Highs getting up into the mid 80s. Then highs in the mid to upper 80s by our Thursday and Friday. This could near record high territory. So Thursday and Friday, those are the days we are watching. If we get to around 87, 88 degrees, we could near or break record high temperatures for those days. Then Saturday is highlighted in yellow. That's where we have the chance for some strong to severe storms rolling through the region with that 60% chance of rain continuing into the overnight hours. We'll watch very closely Saturday. If we get a little bit more sunshine earlier on in the day, keep that in mind. That could bring in some stronger storms later on. If the storms roll through a little sooner, that could help keep those storms a little bit less intense. Then into next week, we cool off because a cold front moves through. Highs in the 70s, a stretch of days in the 70s. This is our biggest cool off we've seen yet so far this year as those temperatures return to average with more sunshine in the forecast next week. Just have to get through some stormy periods this weekend first.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Again, live pictures that you're looking at right now as we await the governor, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, to give us an update on the Memphis Safe Task Force. When he does, we will certainly take it for you live. But in the meantime, right now, we're going to go with some headlines that we are following at this hour. Early morning shooting that Memphis police officers responded to this morning at the intersection of Riley Avenue, Airways Boulevard. Upon arrival, according to Memphis police, one woman was found dead at the scene. A second woman rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Investigators say this shooting stemmed from a domestic dispute. The man suspected of the shooting was taken to the hospital where he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The investigation is ongoing. Let's now talk about the numbers here from the Memphis Safe Task Force. According to the Department of Justice, as we've been mentioning all morning long, there have been 803 arrests since September 30th, 173 firearms taken off the streets since they arrived in late September. Let's look at some of the other breakdown of arrests. Most people arrested on previous warrants. 161 have been arrested for administrative changes. Previous Justice Department breakdown showed that ICE arrests were divided into this category. 130 people were arrested for other. 94 have been arrested for gun charges. The remaining 121 arrests were for homicide, probation, sex offenses, and drugs. The Memphis Safe Task Force has issued nearly 4,000 traffic citations. The Memphis Police Department says 2 officers are relieved of duty for now after being accused of drag racing. Raphael Willingham and Albert Green are out on a $4,000 bond. Investigators say around 2 o'clock Sunday morning, a Tennessee state trooper saw the 2 Corvettes speeding down Winchester near Hickory Hill. The drivers hit their brakes once they spotted THP. Both men were off duty at the time. Leland, Mississippi, where investigators say 4 people are now in custody in connection to a deadly mass shooting where 6 people were killed following a high school football game. The FBI says Tavion Powell, Morgan Lattimore, William Bryant charged with capital murder, LaToya Powell charged with attempted murder. 6 people were killed, 10 were hurt in that shooting following the Leland High School homecoming football game. The motive remains under investigation. More details coming out after a youth pastor pleaded guilty to sex crimes against a child in DeSoto County. This is Lindsay Whiteside. She was indicted late last year on felony sexual battery of a minor. A judge sentenced her to 3 years of house arrest, 7 years probation. She must also register as a sex offender. DA Matthew Barton says there were 64,000 pages of evidence between text messages and stationaries from the church showing her relationship with a girl 9 years younger than she is. A spokesperson for the family says the evidence is disturbing. DA Barton says his office pushed for Whiteside to get 30 years in prison. He added if Whiteside was a man, the outcome would have been much different. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee talking about Radiant Industries selecting Tennessee to build its first world's mass-produced nuclear generation factory. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee held this news conference about the announcement yesterday. This new site will produce a nuclear generator that will transform the way nuclear energy is delivered around the world. The site will be built in East Tennessee. Governor Lee calls the global epicenter of the new nuclear renaissance. Radiant will invest $280 million utilizing the state's nuclear energy fund. Long road of recovery in Middle Tennessee and Hickman County. That's where the explosion happened at the munitions plant there. 16 people were killed. It has been 4 days since that explosion. Cause remains unknown at this hour. During the news conference, investigators say the case is still moving at a snail's pace. Crews are in the process of collecting samples and trying to make confirmations, but first they have to make sure the scene is safe for everyone there to work. Detectives say it could take weeks, if not months, before we get any solid answers. That's because they want to make sure no mistakes are made. Sports now, and the Tennessee Titans have fired coach Brian Callahan. He was fired after a 1-5 start to the season. Last year, he went 3-14. He took the head coaching job back in January 2024 after the firing of Mike Vrabel. Vrabel is now the head coach of the New England Patriots. The Patriots are traveling to Nissan Stadium in Nashville to play the Titans this coming Sunday. To the Memphis Grizzlies now, they have signed Charlie Brown, and he is no cartoon character. He is a 6'6" guard, appeared in 49 NBA games with 5 teams after going undrafted out of St. Joseph's in 2019. Brown should be ready to go tomorrow night when the Grizzlies take the court against the Charlotte Hornets in Charlotte. All right, live look right now from our High Five cameras. We go to break on this beautiful Tuesday morning, 63 degrees. 8:46. We are still waiting for that news conference from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. When he receives or gets to the podium, we will take it live. In the meantime, we're going to take a short 1-minute break on Action News 5's Digital Desk.
huge role to play in the diagnosis and treatment of non-small cell lung cancer, but you got to test, and that's really, really critical. It's part of my messages today.
Yeah, so I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into this, Anthony, the biomarkers here. Tell me more about why this is so important, and if someone is, I guess, just diagnosed with lung cancer, how do the biomarkers help them and help their team, their doctors, really kind of combat that cancer?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the guidelines recommend, the United States guidelines by NCCN, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, recommend testing for between 9 and 10 biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer. And those are generally advised to be tested at...
All right, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee about to make some comments here. Let's listen in.
This morning, flew over today to meet with the mayor and to really just get an update on the Memphis Task Force, the Memphis Safe Task Force, and the work that's being done there. We met at Joint Operations Center, talked to multiple folks there in the agencies that are working together on this task force, and got an update. Let me just say that it's very encouraging. Very early in this process, but very encouraging. And this matters a lot to the people of this city. This is a city that we all love and that we care deeply about, and we're in a unique spot in this city to have the resources available to us to remove the crime element in Memphis, to make it safe for the people, to make it safe for the businesses, and to transform life on the street in Memphis, Tennessee. This is a great American city that has a great future ahead of it. And what's happening right now is really encouraging to all of us who are working together to make Memphis safe again. I want to just say, without getting into too many statistics, the reason I say it's encouraging, we got updated numbers today. 850 violent criminals and known gang members have been arrested so far in just the 2 weeks that we have had this operation underway. 175 illegal firearms have been confiscated. 44 missing children have been located and returned to safety. That's an important statistic that folks haven't been talking about so much because this is focused on violent crime. That is the effort of this task force. But these numbers are very encouraging. And the collaboration is what's incredibly encouraging. So we met with Director Serralta, who's the head of the U.S. Marshals, and Tyrese Miller, who is the local head of the Marshals here. The U.S. Marshal Service is heading up this operation and collaborating or orchestrating the collaboration of these 30-plus law enforcement agencies on the ground. And what we talked about was collaboration, an ongoing mission that will take adjustments as we go forward, but most importantly that from the Memphis Police Department to the U.S. Marshals and everywhere in between, that there is a unified effort, a together belief that if we work on this on behalf of Memphians, then we will accomplish the goal. We have just begun, but it's very encouraging so far. Mayor, you want to make a few comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the governor for coming down. It's great to have an opportunity to check in this morning and talk about the progress of this initiative. I know that our community has been looking for solutions around crime for many years, and I am hopeful that this is going to be a point in history where we have been able to truly get a handle on crime and sustain the progress that we gain. And so our team on the city side is committed to that mission. I am glad that our officers from MPD have been partners in this initiative. They have been working to align the efforts of this task force with work that we have already embarked on, things like our organized crime unit, our multi-agency gang unit. All of the initiatives that we have had underway within the police department now have an opportunity to be amplified, and we want to have a direct impact on violent crime in our community. One text that I got just yesterday gave me some encouragement. There was a teacher at a school in Fraser who texted me that she had a conversation with some of her fifth graders who lived in an apartment complex in the area. And in that apartment complex, there had been portions of this operation taking place, and those fifth graders came there and said that they were really excited because they're now going to be able to play outside all fall. As we go through this initiative and this point in history, I think it's important that we think about the people, our young people, and how we are enhancing their quality of life for many years to come and what that will mean for our great city. And so we're committed to being a part of this and working through this. I know there's a lot of emotions and feelings about the operation, but my goal as mayor is to make sure that we navigate our community through this moment and get a positive result on the back end. So thank you all for being here. Director Rouse.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. I'm here to express, the Governor had mentioned, and the Mayor both, the importance of our youth and the missing children that have been recovered during our operations here. Our team has been working very closely from the start with us, focusing on recovering missing children. And we have been working very closely with Homeland Security investigations, with the FBI. Even today, Diplomatic Security is working with us in this effort. And that's a collaborative effort as well. So that's the federal partners, but we also, of course, are working with state partners, the Department of Children's Services. We are working with the school system here in Memphis and Shelby County. And so it's a collaborative team out hunting, trying to find and recover these missing children. And so we've had 137 when we started the operation that have been identified. And of those, at this point, 45 have been identified or recovered. It's actually, and I say 45 over the 44 the governor shared, only because there was one that literally was actively being reported missing when a traffic stop happened and it was recovered. And so that's the speed of which this operation is helping us address these types of situations. And so it's impactful on what is happening, and we are recovering these children. And what's really important to know about this, right? People will say, well, who are these missing children? Vast majority are runaways, but these are vulnerable children, right? So what happens when a child runs away? They're running to something or they're running from something. We've got to determine what that is and provide the services to them to help them. The other piece to this that's really important is if they're not recovered, what happens to them? And most people understand human trafficking. They see it as something that happens with people being brought in from other countries. That's not the only aspect. As a matter of fact, the more popular aspect of human trafficking is these young people who run away and end up getting into situations that they can't get out of. And they end up in a trafficking situation. And so doing these operations keeps that from happening to these children. The other issue that happens is while they're out on the streets, they then also get exposed to criminal behavior. And that is also another important piece of why it's so critical that we're finding these children, getting them back to their families, getting them back into safe situations. And that's vital and important. So this isn't just about picking up the criminals. That's a huge part. But we're also using this opportunity to make everyone safe. I think that's a critical piece in this and the importance of this operation. Thank you, Governor.
All right, we're happy to take questions. Yes. I think the question is the timeline for success. I've said before, I think we will execute on this operation as long as it takes. The way we will measure success, obviously, is by violent crime and the reduction of that crime. we've just begun. We do know that this is going to last for months, and we have just begun. In fact, I will tell you that it will last forever, because what we believe will happen is the numbers of law enforcement agents from different agencies will change depending on the mission at the moment. It'll be mission dependent. What we find this week will inform what we do next week. But we know that the surge that has taken place currently, that surge will diminish at some point. But what we learned from that surge, the collaboration that is happening right now between the U.S. Marshal Service and the Memphis Police Department and the FBI and the DEA and the Tennessee Highway Patrol, that collaboration that in some ways has never been this effectively executed, that collaboration will be here from now on. So this operation in some ways may never end. It'll just change in its scope as we execute through the mission. And obviously the goal is to minimize, if not approach, the elimination of violent crime in the city of Memphis. Yes?
Governor, of the more than 600 arrests made by the task force, a large number with approximately 131 administrative warrants served by ICE. What is your message to immigrant families, including those who are legal citizens, who say that they are afraid?
Yeah, I can't speak to the particular numbers. I have big number, sort of overall numbers. So 850 violent arrests. And we've said all along that this is an effort that is targeted at violent crime in Memphis. That is the goal. That's what the effort is. That's headed up by the U.S. Marshals. It is focused on removing the criminal element in Memphis. If those criminals are illegally in this country, then ICE becomes involved in that process as well. That's how it's working. It's spearheaded by the U.S. Marshals. We're attacking the criminal element, going after those that are known violent criminals. And if they are in this country illegally, then ICE becomes part of the operation. Yes?
With those ICE arrests, however, there's an impact that goes far beyond just the numbers. There are people, Latino immigrants in this county, in this city, who are legal residents, yet they're afraid to go to work. Their children have to go out to their parents to go do groceries. The livelihoods of these people are being affected every day when they are not violent criminals. They are just people trying to go out, feed their families. And you said we all love this city, but those people aren't feeling the love right now. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think that what I want every Memphian to know, every person that lives in this city, is the goal is to remove crime from the streets. That is the goal of what we're doing here. If you're here illegally and you commit a crime, then obviously ICE is going to be involved in that. But the effort, the goal, the purpose is to go after crime in this city.
But can you speak to the unintended consequences that are taking place in this community? Again, people who need to feed their families are afraid to go to work to feed their families.
Well, if they're not a criminal element, then they shouldn't be afraid. That's the goal of what we're doing here. Right, sir? That's the goal. We're trying to make the criminal element be removed from the street so people aren't afraid to go out, so children aren't afraid to go to a playground. That's the goal of what we're accomplishing here. And that's the message to everyone that lives in the city. Yes? Well, we said they wouldn't be armed, but it would be mission dependent. And that the decision whether a National Guard member is armed or not is determined by the task force for what their job is on the ground. And I honestly can't speak to the detail of that, but the role of the National Guard in this mission is to support the law enforcement agencies that are here. It is to provide support for the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Memphis Police Department, the U.S. Marshals Service, whenever there is a presence of the National Guard, it frees the operation of a law enforcement officer with the Memphis Police Department, for example, to pursue the violent criminals. They're functioning as a support operation, and it's a force multiplier for law enforcement agencies on the ground.
When you talk about this operation, is that a long-term plan to sustaining whatever success comes out of this task force area that like on this team? How do you sustain violent crime is going down? How do you sustain that long term so this actually continues to
Yeah, that is a really important component of what we're doing here. Even in our meeting this morning, we talked about that we should work from the very beginning to document and understand the shortfalls that surface as this operation begins. So as we begin, we learn where there are shortfalls, where there are gaps, where there are cracks in the foundation of law enforcement across the city. And as we learn about those, we create a strategy for the future. The reason I think this will last forever is because what we're learning about how agencies can collaborate, because these law enforcement agencies are here to stay. The surge in numbers may not be here to stay, but the agencies are here to stay. We have resources of the FBI and the DEA and the U.S. Marshal Service at our disposal, just not with the numbers that we have right now. When we learn at the local level how to coordinate these resources going forward, it'll forever change the way we police in the city of Memphis, which means that it'll forever change the way we approach violent crime in the city. I do believe that it's a turning point, it's a historic moment in the way that we will police and be able to make certain that violent criminals are found out and are taken off the street. You want to add to that?
Yeah. So in addition to changing the way we police, when we start talking about sustaining, we got to talk about the things that are going to change the trajectory of the lives of the individual. We can't ask people to put guns down without putting something else in their hands. So this task force, if you look at the list of agencies, it was not just FBI, DA, ATF, and those law enforcement entities. There are also federal agencies like HUD, so investment in housing. There's agencies like Health and Human Services, where we can get more investment in mental health services. The thing that prevent people from moving into a life of crime are the investments that are going to help us sustain the work that we're doing right now. We want to get violent criminals off the street, and we want to prevent future generations from going that route. And the way that we do it is we identify the areas where we can make those proactive investments to make sure we sustain all of the gains that we achieve during this moment. Yeah, I mean, law enforcement officials, officers, they're people, and they make mistakes. And so these officers didn't do the right thing in that moment, and we'll deal with that through the processes that we have in place. But it should not erode confidence in law enforcement. We know that our officers put in a lot of work to protect this community, and we support them. All right.
Going back to the number of arrests, how many of these were warrant-based arrests, and how many more warrants do you have outstanding, considering there were close to 1,000 warrant arrests made for various operations so far this year?
I can't speak to the specific number of warrant arrests because I don't know it off the top of my head. However, I can tell you that a lot of the work that's underway right now is working with our organized crime unit, working with our task forces within MPD to go and execute those warrants. We know that there were, before we started this operation, there were about 10,000 felony warrants in our community. And we want this effort to help us get those individuals off the streets, because we know that those are the significant drivers of violent crime in our community.
We have time for two more.
What work is being done beyond arrest warrants in terms of turning down and containing organized crime in the city by the past year?
What work beyond?
Beyond just arresting people on outstanding warrants.
There are significant investigations that are underway right now where they are looking into the networks of criminality. So it goes beyond just an individual arrest today, but what is the root of where the source of that criminal activity is coming from. And so those investigations take longer term. So what you're seeing now is really the tip of the iceberg. These are the arrests of individuals that have warrants or things that happen as a result of traffic stops. But the goal is to really get to that root of violent crime, and those things take time. And so I know that those teams are working on those types of investigations right now.
Okay, last question. Anybody not gotten one? Governor, I think one of the most visible aspects of the task force to residents to the traffic stops. Could you connect for us how those traffic stops relate to this effort of fighting violent crime?
You know, one of the first ways that streets become safer is when we make the street itself safer. The traffic that's on the street, the drag racing that's been prevalent throughout this community, the times on the outer loop where the interstate was shut off, and so that folks could have their way on the interstate. We all know about that. The shootings that occurred on the outer loop in the interstate. Everyone knows that when the traffic on the streets is out of control, then the crime inside the streets and in the neighborhoods is elevated. It's allowed to operate without fear of retribution. So the very first thing to do is to get the streets under control. That means traffic stops. That means stopping people that are speeding, stopping people that are not licensed, that don't have correct licenses on their cars because they may be stolen vehicles. You know, there are dozens of stolen vehicles every month in this city. And the way you alleviate that is find out who's driving the cars that don't have licenses, who's driving vehicles that don't have rear lights, and they're operating their vehicles too quickly. That's really where you start with beginning to bring peace into the community. So that's the operation that's headed up by the Tennessee Highway Patrol. It also frees up Memphis Police Department to move into beyond those neighborhoods. Let me take one more. Yes, go ahead.
So, Shelby County has always been one of the more burdened areas when it comes to the courts. Last year, we lost one of our criminal courts. How do you think the state can help our local and state courts operate more when there is this added burden? I mean, we're talking almost 900 new arrestees. How can the state help effectuate and make sure that the criminal justice system does not get backlogged?
Yeah, I think that is a longer term question that we're dealing with right now. So there are short term things that the state Supreme Court will do to alleviate the burden, and that's happening already. Judges to alleviate the short term burden. I think in the long term, if we're going to talk about this being a permanent solution for Memphis, then we will look legislatively and otherwise at strategies to make our court system, not just in Memphis, but all across the state, more complementary, more collaborative, working together, and to be able to use resources from other places in the state where they're needed, in this case right now in Memphis, but that will give us a pattern for how to move going forward. One of the most encouraging things about this to me is what we're going to learn about our court system and how to make it run more effectively, about agencies and how they can collaborate more effectively, and about where crime element really is and how to get it off of the street. I actually think what's happening in Memphis, and we talked about that in our meeting this morning, it could be a model for the country. You know, there are a lot of cities that would only hope to have the resources that are currently available in Memphis. There are a lot of cities that could only dream of having the kind of crime reduction that Memphis is having and what we anticipate will have as it escalates the number of arrests and the number of violent criminals taken off the street, and what that might mean for this city and its transformation. There are a lot of cities that would hope for that transformation in their communities. So I think it might be a model. We certainly hope so going forward. There's a lot to learn. There's a long way to go. It's very early. There are things that will surface that we will address as they come forward, but really encouraged by the first start. And there will be a continued there'll be a continued effort in partnerships and communicating to the people in Memphis what our hope is for their city. It is a remarkable place, and I believe it's going to be a safe place. Thank y'all for being here today.
Okay, you just heard from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. You also heard from the TBI Director, David Roush, and Memphis Mayor Paul Young. It was about 26 minutes long, that news conference here, taking it live on Action News 5's digital desk. The governor started with some numbers talking about 850 violent criminals and gang members taken off the streets in a 2-week period, 175 illegal firearms seized, taken also off the streets. And he emphasized the fact that there were 44 missing children located and returned to safety. And he talked extemporaneously about collaboration, being very encouraged by the collaboration. He mentioned 30 plus law enforcement agencies on the ground in a unified effort together on behalf of Memphians and Mid-Southerners. And he said this is just getting started. We are just in the infant stage of this. He said traffic stops are needed because we've been mentioning here at Action News 5 the amount of traffic stops, talking about nearly 4,000 traffic citations since the Memphis Safe Task Force. He said it needed to happen because the streets are on the perimeter of the city, and if they're not safe, then inside the perimeter, they're definitely not safe. And he mentioned interstate shootings. That is over with. They are not happening. Memphis Mayor Paul Young took to the microphone as well. He says that the initiatives have been working and they want to be amplified over the course of the next few weeks and months. He also talked about a story of a 5th grader in Frazier that was excited, and 5th graders overall, that they went to school and they're excited because they are going to be able to play outside during the fall season. And he mentioned that story, Memphis Mayor Paul Young. And he said, we got to think about the youth and the young people, enhancing their life for years to come. Then TBI Director David Roush took to the stand. He also mentioned the 44 missing children, a large number. He mentioned specifically that some of them are runaways, but he does not want to see the human trafficking numbers go up. And so he talked about how important it is to get those missing children back to safety and make sure that they are safe and sound and not a part of any kind of human trafficking. So then came the portion, and again, this was a 25-minute long press conference. Then came the Q&A portion where there was a timeline question. How long is the Memphis Safe Task Force going to be in Memphis? And the governor immediately said, as long as it takes. He says, we've just begun. It's going to last for months. And he said, in theory, maybe forever because of the collaboration of all the agencies together. And he said they're learning so much about this collaboration with the FBI, with the DEA, with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the U.S. Marshal's Office. And that collaboration will never end. It will change. It will evolve, certainly. But he said the ideas coming out of the Memphis Safe Task Force will continue to minimize crime in Memphis. And he said the goal is to remove crime from Memphis and the streets. And again, they're learning so much. Specifically, they're learning where the shortfalls are, where the pitfalls, the gaps, and it'll help them create a plan for the future. And he said, this is the governor speaking, he said this will forever change the way of policing in the city of Memphis. And so Mayor Paul Young went up there again and said, we are learning where to invest in the city, in the community proactively, because the goal is not only to get rid of violent crime, but the goal is also to make sure that violent crime doesn't begin at all, trying to make Memphis safer. Also, he talked about 10,000 active warrants since or before this Memphis Safe Task Force began 2 weeks ago. And one of the big quotes coming out towards the end there, you heard from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, what is happening in Memphis could be a model for the rest of the country. So 3 men up there, the TBI director, the Memphis mayor, the governor, all talking high praise of what's happened over the last couple of weeks in Memphis and how much it is changing the city for the better. So we're going to have a lot more coverage on this news conference that happened, just wrapped up, about 25 minutes long, just short of 30 minutes. We're going to come back here after a short break here on Action News 5's Digital Desk and get back to some of the programming, some of the top stories here on the Digital Desk. We're back in 1 minute.
Well, good morning. I hope you're enjoying that Tuesday morning out there, because we are talking about little to no cloud cover within the Mid-South. A couple clouds and showers off to our north and our west, but they do not move into the region over the course of today. And look at that clear sky. That's what's going to continue as we head throughout not just the next couple of hours, but we're talking about the next few days here, with those temperatures in the 60s starting off the morning, warming into the 70s by around 10 or 11 a.m. We are going to be in the 80s for highs as we approach that 3, 4, 5 o'clock time frame. And that is where those highs peak before cooling off into the 70s by sunset and then into the 60s after sunset. And that's where those lows bottom out early tomorrow morning. More rural neighborhoods can get into the 50s, while Memphis itself gets into the 60s, then warming up as we head throughout the day. Next 12 hours, warming through the 60s into the 70s. We'll be in the 80s, peaking those highs around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time frame, and then cooling off. But overall, a warm day, a beautiful day to get outdoors. Light breeze out of the northeast. That can keep us a little cooler today than we will be the next couple of days, but high of 83 in Memphis, 86 in Marks, Mississippi. And as we head throughout the next 10 days, this is going to be where we see lots of sunshine for our Tuesday and our Wednesday. Tomorrow, highs getting up into the mid 80s, then highs in the mid to upper 80s by our Thursday and Friday. This could near record high territory. So Thursday and Friday, those are the days we are watching. If we get to around 87, 88 degrees, we could near or break record high temperatures for those days. Then Saturday is highlighted in yellow. That's where we have the chance for some strong to severe storms rolling through the region, with that 60% chance of rain continuing into the overnight hours. We'll watch very closely Saturday. If we get a little bit more sunshine earlier on in the day, keep that in mind. That could bring in some stronger storms later on. If the storms roll through a little sooner, That could help keep those storms a little bit less intense. Then into next week, we cool off because a cold front moves through. Highs in the 70s, a stretch of days in the 70s. This is our biggest cool off we've seen yet so far this year as those temperatures return to average with more sunshine in the forecast next week. Just have to get through some stormy periods this weekend first.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have got some alarming new health data out there that suggests that 9 out of 10 people have certain health risk factors and they don't know or realize that they have it. And we're talking about health conditions that can trigger everything from heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes, all at the same time. Let's talk to somebody who knows about what we're talking about here and some of the latest data that is pretty alarming from what I understand. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Tiffany Powell-Wiley. She's a physician. She's also a researcher joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about this new data. So Tiffany, tell us, where do we begin on this? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So we want to make sure that people are aware of cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome, or CKM syndrome. And it's really about these interconnected diseases, things like diabetes and obesity, that put you at risk for heart disease and even kidney disease. And it's important to understand that all of these are interrelated, they're all interconnected, and one can put you at risk for the other, but also treatments that are out there can affect risk for each of those. And all of it affects heart health.
So, okay, so cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome or disease, explain what that is and maybe some warning signs that our audience would enjoy knowing.
So it's important to know that that CKM syndrome really relates to the fact that conditions like heart disease and kidney disease can't be treated in isolation. These are things that affect each other. And really, we want to emphasize that your body is interconnected. And so when we think of talking to our doctors about risk factors for heart disease, we want to ask not only about our high cholesterol, our blood pressure, and how it relates to our risk for heart disease, but also what does our kidney health look like? And that because that's important to think about as a risk factor for heart disease.
Yeah, I would think so. So this is something where a lot of people, we mentioned off the top that they don't even know that perhaps they are dealing with something that could really change the outcome of their lives, certainly their health. Can you explain a little bit more about what this data is saying and how people need to be more aware of what exactly is going on?
Absolutely. So it's important to think, as you mentioned, that 9 out of 10 US adults have a risk factor for heart disease or kidney disease. Those are risk factors like obesity, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. And so that's where it's important to know what those risk factors are, know your numbers, ask your physician about your numbers, but also understand that reversing and treating many of these risk factors can actually prevent not only heart disease, but also kidney disease.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Tiffany, let's talk about prevention. So if we have one of those and people are, by the way, our thousands of people that are watching, everybody should be getting a physical yearly. And if you have one of these conditions, then what?
So if you have one of these conditions, it's important to know what your numbers look like. Again, know what your blood pressure looks like, know what your cholesterol looks like, but also ask your doctor about treatments that are available, because many of the treatments that are available now for heart disease actually can treat things like kidney disease. And so making sure that you're on the right medications, but also making sure that you get the important physical activity and get the right diet for you. And so that's information that your doctor can help you provide and get the right information for you.
Sure, absolutely. And so we know, diet and exercise very important when it comes to these kind of conditions. What else can we do to perhaps prevent or improve our health with regards to these specific issues?
So the other important thing is to understand what our risks look like. And so we have new ways of measuring heart disease risk. And so one thing to ask your doctor is to use risk calculators that are now available that can try to account for all of the risk factors for, again, it's CKM syndrome, these interconnected risk factors, and start to understand what your long-term risks for heart disease look like.
Okay, CKM syndrome. Tiffany, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for illuminating us to these different conditions that in one way or another, they are all connected, and it's something that we need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tiffany, Elizabeth, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely. Good. You guys sound good. We're about 40 seconds out. Just wanted to say hello.
Perfect.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
We
All
appreciate
right,
it.
appreciate it. We'll talk to you in a second, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new partnership, a collaboration, if you will, with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital and Berkshire Hathaway, and it's all in an effort to support the children, the patients at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Joining me now to talk about this brand new partnership, I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk with Elizabeth Ennis with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital and Tiffany McLemore with Berkshire Hathaway. They're going to be able to illuminate us and really kind of expand what this partnership means. So, Elizabeth, let me begin with you. Was this a partnership that you were looking for? How did it begin? Good morning.
Good morning. So this is a partnership that started with the Berkshire Hathaway Home Services McLemore and Company Realty wanting to give back to their community. And actually one of their agents saw a post that I put on Instagram and about why I love working with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital, and kind of shared it with her group. And that's something that they had already been thinking that they wanted to find a way to serve their community and give back. And so it all just started from a conversation of how they could make a difference with their business and what they do in supporting Le Bonheur Children's Hospital.
And Tiffany, everyone thinks of Berkshire Hathaway, they think of real estate, but here you are partnering with one of the gems in the Memphis community, Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. Tell me how that all came about from your perspective.
Well, just like what Elizabeth said, we had an agent that reached out, and we ended up setting up a sales meeting and a tour of the hospital. Really just fell in love with the heart, behind everything that they do. And Elizabeth and I met for coffee a few weeks later and ended up working out. We had been looking for a way to get back to the community and in a bigger way than just having, multiple different streams of donating, and this would just seem like a great fit. We have several agents who have been touched by Le Bonheur Hospital, and so we're just thrilled for the partnership.
So tell me how it's going to work, Tiffany. I understand it has to deal with when homes are sold. Is that right?
Correct. Whether it's a seller selling a home or a buyer purchasing a home, our agents are donating a portion of their commission, and the company is also making a match donation. So every single house that is bought or sold through our company, there'll be a donation made to Le Bonheur.
Is there a goal in mind, a yearly goal of how much you plan to give?
We're hoping that number comes in, in the potentially $20,000 to $25,000 range. Obviously, the more houses we sell, the more that we're able to donate. And in addition to, the donating per house, we're also going to be partnering on, with them on some of the other events that they have going on within the hospital, potentially as sponsors and things like that.
Elizabeth, back over to you. Tell me about this partnership, what that means to have those kind of donations come in with real estate transactions, and where that money could go towards.
Yeah, so we obviously serve all the kids of the community, the Mid-South, and that's what Tiffany's Berkshire Hathaway and McLemore Services, that's what they do as well. They are out here supporting their community, and we are able to keep, our doors open and doing what we do on a daily basis, thanks to all of that community support. As far as what those donations go to, just supporting the operations of our hospital, different opportunities for growth. We have a brand new CVICU unit. Our neurology unit is world class. And so having those donations and being able to count on those and those partners within the community really helps us continue to grow and expand out to make sure that we are taking care of all the kids and making sure that Le Bonheur is the best place for kids.
It sounds like a win-win-win. I mean, win for Berkshire Hathaway, win for Le Bonheur, win for the kids that are patients there at Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. Final thoughts? I'll open it up to either one of you. Anything else you'd like to mention? Elizabeth, you can go first.
Well, like I said, like Tiffany said, we're just super grateful that they chose to come and tour our facility and see what we do on a daily basis, and that their hearts were touched by what we do. So we're able to continue growing and providing health care for the kids of the Mid-South because of partners like Berkshire Hathaway, McLemore, and Home Services.
Tiffany?
Yeah, I just want to encourage anybody, if you've not, toured Le Bonheur, or if you're a business and you're looking for a way to partner and give back, it's just phenomenal, the things that they're doing, cutting edge, as she mentioned, heart services for children. And there's so many people in our community, children, obviously, especially, that are impacted from the wonderful things that they do. So.
Tiffany and Elizabeth, we appreciate your time. Thank you for letting us know about this amazing partnership benefiting the patients, the children at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
You got it. All right. Another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Look at that, 68 degrees, 9:38. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's digital desk. Ladies, thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
We appreciate it.
All right, you got it. Take care.
Elizabeth.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. 9:39 is the time on this Tuesday morning. And just a few minutes ago, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, along with Memphis Mayor Paul Young and TBI Director David Roush, wrapped up a news conference talking about the Memphis Safe Task Force and some of the things that they've accomplished in the very beginning since they came to Memphis back on September 30th. I want to play this soundbite from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee from a news conference that lasted almost 30 minutes, and it wrapped up a short time ago. Let's listen.
We got updated numbers today. 850 violent criminals and known gang members have been arrested so far in just the 2 weeks that we have had this operation underway. 175 illegal firearms have been confiscated. 44 missing children have been located and returned to safety. That's an important statistic that folks haven't been talking about so much because this is focused on violent crime. That is the effort of this task force. But these numbers are very encouraging.
Again, that was Tennessee Governor Bill Lee talking about the Memphis Safe Task Force. Some of the numbers there. Memphis Mayor Paul Young said that the initiatives have been working. They've been amplified, stuff that has happened and what they initiated since before the task force began. So this is something that he talked about as well. We also heard from TBI Director David Roush. He talked specifically about the 44 children that were missing and now have been located and returned to safety, and how this can help with combating human trafficking and trafficking issues. The governor also talked about the collaboration that's so encouraging. 30 plus law enforcement agencies on the ground in Memphis, a unified effort together on behalf of Memphians and Mid-Southerners. And he said that the Memphis Safe Task Force is just getting started. He said that traffic stops, and there have been almost 4,000 of them since September 30th. He said the interstates on the loop, on the perimeter, needed to be safe, because without the interstates being safe on the loop or on the perimeter, that means inside the core of the city is definitely unsafe. And he talked about the interstate shootings that have plagued I-240, 40, that sort of thing, and is now no more. And also what was also mentioned, and there was a question there about how long is the Memphis Safe Task Force going to be here in the Memphis area. The governor said, we've just begun. It's going to last for months and in theory, maybe forever, because he talked in depth about the collaboration. The FBI, the DIA, the DEA, the THP, the U.S. Marshals. In those collaboration efforts, they're learning and they're planning out how to better affect crime and bring down those crime numbers in the city of Memphis. And so he said, in theory, those crime-fighting efforts may never change, and that's why that minimization of crime in Memphis may never go away. He said the goal is to remove crime from Memphis and the streets permanently. And he said where there are shortfalls, where there are gaps, they will know to create a plan for the future. Interesting enough, Memphis Mayor Paul Young brought up a story about fifth graders in Frazier, excited to play outside in the fall. He said that there were fifth graders in Frazier telling a teacher in their classroom that this will be the first fall where they're able to play outside. And so Memphis Mayor Paul Young also asked everyone to think about the young people enhancing their lives for years to come, because they are bringing down crime in the city of Memphis. Mayor Young also mentioned that what they're doing is that they're learning where to invest in the city of Memphis proactively. So the goal is obviously to reduce violent crime, but what he also wants to do is take it one step further proactively and learn where to invest so that these criminals don't become criminals at all. Now, he also mentioned that there were active, before the Memphis Task Force began, 10,000 active warrants. And so this is where a lot of these criminals are, and so they are going through those numbers and getting those people off the streets in theory there. And one of the big comments that came out from this news conference that happened less than an hour ago, lasted for almost 30 minutes, was that what is happening in Memphis, and this is from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, what is happening in Memphis could be a model for the rest of the country. And so with that, 30-minute news conference, just below 30-minute news conference, was once again showcasing the effectiveness of the Memphis Safe Task Force. So we're going to continue to follow this. We have multiple crews covering what was said here in this news conference that wrapped up less than an hour ago. We'll continue to follow it here on the Action News 5 digital desk and throughout the day on Action News 5 and actionnews5.com. We're going to take a short break. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's digital desk. American Cancer Society, Tennessee is projected to see about 6,500 new cases of lung cancer this year. And of course, we know lung cancer is very prominent all across Memphis and the Mid-South, and it is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths. So what can we do to protect ourselves, our family, in case this God forbid this happens to one of us? Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined by Dr. Anthony Cerici. He is SVP Clinical Biomarkers Laboratories Diagnostics at Eli Lilly and Company to talk about best methods, strategies, and ways to try and survive early cancer diagnosis. I really appreciate you joining us on the digital desk, Anthony. So where do we begin when it comes to surviving things like lung cancer, one of the deadliest cancers out there? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me, especially in light of the Lung Cancer Awareness Day, which is coming up. So maybe I'll start by giving you a few statistics on lung cancer to sort of buff up some of what you started with. In the United States, next year, we expect 200,000 patients to be diagnosed with lung cancer. And actually, lung cancer, as you pointed out rightly, is the leading cause of death in cancer-related deaths in the United States. Importantly, about 80 to 85% of lung cancers are a specific subtype of lung cancer called non-small cell lung cancer, or NSCLC. And this is a diagnosis that you make under the microscope. So of non-small cell lung cancer, there's sort of a bit of a silver lining around that subtype of lung cancer, which is that it's really the poster child for precision medicine. So the type of medicine where you give a specific drug that targets the type of cancer that you have, the specific type of cancer that makes your cancer unique. And in non-small cell lung cancer, we have about 9 to 10 biomarkers that are recommended to be tested in that cancer type. So if you are a patient diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer, there's a between 60 and 70% chance that your cancer is positive for one of these biomarkers. And why does that matter? It's because that will change the way your doctor, your physician, your healthcare provider, you and your family will make decisions around the way you treat your lung cancer, even in the first line setting. So biomarkers, huge role to play in the diagnosis and treatment of non-small cell lung cancer, but you got to test. And that's really, really critical. It's part of my messages today.
Yeah, so I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into this, Anthony, the biomarkers here. Tell me more about why this is so important, and if someone is I guess, just diagnosed with lung cancer, how do the biomarkers help them and help their team, their doctors, really kind of combat that cancer?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the guidelines recommend, the United States guidelines by NCCN, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, recommend testing for between 9 and 10 biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer. And those are generally advised to be tested at diagnosis, right? So when you get a diagnosis of lung cancer, testing is recommended by these guidelines. And as I mentioned in my first answer, it's because the decision for what treatment you're going to use, what medicine your physician will use in that first line setting, and in fact, sometimes even in early lung cancer, can be driven by which biomarkers are positive or negative in your tumor. Importantly, because there are so many biomarkers to test for, in general, we recommend, and the guidelines recommend, using a method called comprehensive genomic profiling, or CGP. That's a method for testing biomarkers where you use one piece of tissue, one tube of blood, and with that tube of blood, you get information on all the relevant biomarkers that are relevant for treatment decisions. So not only is it important to test at diagnosis, it's important to test comprehensively, which is why a CGP approach is generally advisable for patients with non-small cell lung cancer, and really ought to be something you're discussing with your doctor fairly early on.
Where do people make the most mistakes? And when I say people, I mean the whole team. I mean, you know, the diagnostics and plans, strategies going forward. Where are the biggest mistakes?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them mistakes. I would maybe call them underestimations of the operational kind of barriers, right? So I think the biggest miss that you can have early on in the diagnosis of lung cancer is not testing early enough, right? So, and not testing comprehensively enough, right? So we've been living in a world of biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer for almost about 15 years now. So doctors are pretty savvy about, you know, okay, there are things I have to test for on this lung cancer, but every year we're adding to that list of biomarkers. So making sure that we're testing at the right time and testing comprehensively is really, really critical. Let me go back to the testing at the right time thing. Some of these tests, they're pretty complicated. They can take a while. Right? So you want to get that ball rolling. You got to get tissue from pathology if you're using a tissue-based assay. You're sending to a new laboratory that you might not be used to sending to, what you don't send your common labs to. So there's a little bit of an operational kind of nuance there. So you really want to get started on that at diagnosis so that when your patient comes back or when you go back to see your oncologist, you have all that information ready and you can actually have a fulsome conversation about what you're going to do and when. And I think all of that is really critical at that first kind of oncologist appointment.
You've mentioned a lot this morning. Where can we see kind of what you mentioned online? Is there a place?
There sure is, yeah. So I want to, before we get to that, I just want to say, you know, we're all in this together. Patients, doctors, healthcare providers, caregivers, right? We all want the best treatment opportunities for our patients with non-small cell lung cancer. And that involves advocacy, that involves asking questions, that involves actually kind of being annoying about when you're getting tested and how you're being tested. So if you'd like to learn more about methods for testing, about precision medicine in general, about non-small cell lung cancer, check out lilly.com. There's a lot of information there for you.
All right, Dr. Anthony Cerici, we really appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A lot of data, a lot of information, and thank you very much for talking to our audience about it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Andrew.
Hey y'all, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Sydney Gray in for Andrew Douglas today. We've been bringing you so many different segments today, all about events and things that are happening across the Mid-South. Well, we got to keep that momentum going as we talk about basketball season. Of course, you know, your Memphis Tigers are going to be playing pretty soon here. And there is this thing we got to talk about, the little penny puppet. Y'all remember that? We got a friend who does. Joining me this morning is Mike, I was about to say your name the wrong way. We just talked about how to say your name this morning. Mike Provenzale is here with us on the digital desk to talk about the little penny puppet. How you doing, Mike?
Good for you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining the digital desk today. You got someone behind you there. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, the star of the show right here.
Yeah.
This is a production puppet of Little Penny, used for the Nike ad campaign in the 90s. One of the most iconic ad campaigns ever. And it's going to find a new home in about 2 weeks.
That is pretty cool. So tell us a little bit of the background for those youngins who didn't quite grow up in the 90s or see this back in the day. What is this all about?
So in the 90s, Anthony Hardaway was signed to Nike. He had his own shoe line, the Memphis Great, and then he was playing for the Orlando Magic at the time. And Nike came up with an ingenious ad campaign where it was Penny Hardaway and then Little Penny, the puppet. And he was voiced by Chris Rock. And they did a series of commercials, all hilarious. Anthony, you know, very humble guy. Little Penny was the opposite. He had a lot of attitude and was very outgoing and very interested in dating Tyra Banks.
This is so cool to see. Tell us kind of what sparked all this to kind of make its return.
So the consignor reached out to us. He worked on the ad campaign. And when the campaign was over, the head of the project gave him this production puppet as a gift. And it was used in the still photography for the ad campaign. As soon as we saw it, we knew it was going to be a big hit. In the auction business, nostalgia is a huge part of desirability. And for basketball fans and Memphis Tiger fans, Magic fans, and NBA fans, that Little Penny campaign still has legs. The commercials are still hilarious. So we knew it was going to be a big hit. It's currently at $26,000, and we still have over 2 weeks of bidding to go. But you can check out the full story at ha.com.
That was my next question. I wanted to know where the bidding was standing at this point. You said at $26,000 at this point?
Yeah, when the consignor first reached out to us, everyone wants to know what their item's worth. We give free appraisals on anything. Some things are easy to appraise, but one-of-one items like this are a little more difficult. So we estimated it at $30,000, but looks like we underestimated people's interest and the nostalgia factor. So yeah, it's at $26,000 and looks like it's going to exceed that $30,000 estimate. But it's a real one-of-one. We've never seen one before. None have come out and reached the auction block, so this is the first time. We had it on display at our national convention this summer, and it was one of the most popular items at the entire show. Everyone was taking pictures with it, and really it's just an honor to be sitting here next to Little Penny.
It looks really, really cool just to be right there next to you. For people who are watching, whether they're here in Memphis or wherever they may see this online, if they have the cash, they want to get their hands on this, what do they need to be doing right now? How can they bid on this item?
Just go to ha.com. Our fall auction is open. There's over 4,200 items there, cards and collectibles. A little bit of everything for everyone. And this little guy is turning out to have a huge result, and we're excited to see where it ends up on October 25th.
All right. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for your time. Thanks, Little Penny, hanging out with you. This is super, super cool. Anything else you want the folks to know before we go?
Yeah, I would encourage people, if you have something you think is valuable or you want to find out what it's worth, reach out to us at ha.com. We give free appraisals even if you're not interested in selling, and maybe you've got a gem like this one sitting in your house that could turn your life around.
All right, maybe so. Mike, thank you so much. We do appreciate it.
Hey, Jessica, good morning. It's Andrew Douglas. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Okay, just wanted to say hello. We got about 45 seconds. Looking forward to talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me again.
You got it. Can you tilt your camera down just a smidge? You got a little bit of a headroom there.
Does that work?
A little bit more. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we just want to use the name. We don't want it to cover up your face. All right, we'll talk to you in a second, okay?
Okay.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is another hackathon that is being planned on the University of Memphis campus at the FedEx Institute of Technology. This is where a lot of students come together. They collaborate. They take part in workshops, capstone presentations, networking as well. And I want to learn more about the innovation that comes out of this event and other events. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Jessica Lotz. She's with Innovate Memphis to talk more about this event, this hackathon. Jessica, nice to see you again. So tell us about it, because many people that are watching right now may haven't heard about it. Certainly you've talked about it. You've had it in years past. Let's talk about the event that's happening next month. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks again for having me. Yep, we're running it back. I've been joking that the hackathon is backathon, but we are working with the city of Memphis. And the idea behind this event is the city will give us a handful of challenges that they've had a really hard time solving, or they're just looking for fresh blood and new energy around what can we do to solve these smarter than we have in the past. And so they will present those problems, and then a set of volunteer hackers form teams, and they have 36 hours between Friday afternoon and about midday Sunday to come up with an idea, build a prototype or presentation around what they came up with, and then they present it to a panel of judges. And we have an exciting announcement this week, which is we've had enough sponsorship dollars. Our headliner is Ting Internet. And because of them, we're able to offer some pretty generous cash prizes for teams with the best ideas. So the grand prize team is going to win $2,000, and then we will have 3 different prizes for best in the 3 challenge categories for $1,000 for other teams. So like you mentioned, there's free food, there's swag, there are workshops. You do not have to be a tech genius or expert to participate in this. We will have some workshops that are around learning about different skills like AI and cybersecurity. But we need creative people, we need project managers, and as long as you're 18 or older, you can be any age. It's not just for students. Anybody can participate in this.
All right, so we are looking right now at the flyer, Hack Memphis Fall 2025 City Hackathon. 100 volunteers with technical creative skills will team up over 36 hours to develop and present innovative solutions to 3 civic challenges for the city of Memphis. So I'm curious, Jessica, how did the civic challenges come about, and are we going to use the ideas that come from this hackathon for the city of Memphis and their challenges?
Yeah, I'll start with your second question, actually. So last year, our challenges were around coming up with creative new ways to deal with blight, also coming up with ideas for workforce transportation and how people can work together to make that more accessible. And then the other was just any idea that hackers might have had around smart city and AI technology. So the blight area is really where we've had the most success in taking some of the ideas from the hackathon and bringing them to life with the city. One really good example of that is the city has launched a Blight Zero initiative, And that is where residents, community organizations, small businesses can all volunteer and even get paid in many instances to clean up areas around town that maybe the city just doesn't have enough people and resources to do. So what our hackers did was come up with a task assignment system, where the city staff could say, here are the locations and the types of cleanup activities that we need, like mowing, weedy lots that nobody's taking care of, or picking up tire piles where there's just a lot of trash and debris in unattended areas. So they're able to assign those tasks now, and the volunteers and businesses that are part of Blight Zero can assign those. And then once the city verifies that they've completed the work, they get paid. So that's just one of the many things that have come out of last year's hackathon. This year, the main topics are going to be blight again, but we're really interested in data analysis and predictive analytics. So how can you take all of the different housing and property condition types of data that we have and help us more easily figure out what the priority areas should be and how the city should allocate its resources. The second challenge topic is going to be around small businesses. So when you think about a startup or a small business that maybe wants to partner with the city and become an approved vendor and apply for bids and things, how can we make that as easy as possible so that they have a good competitive edge just like everybody else that's more established? And then lastly, one that I'm really excited about is how can we use AI and data training to help people navigate all of the different city resources and just community resources that are out there? So if you think of 211, it's a really, really great system, but you have to click through a lot of things sometimes to find the resource or the service you're looking for and figure out where it's located, what the operating hours are. So we think this is a great area where AI can really help, maybe an interactive chat bot or other ways that people can just in plain and simple language ask, here's what I'm trying to find, and it more easily give you a list of exactly what you're looking for.
It sounds fantastic. It sounds innovative. It sounds great. And so last year, I know that there were a lot of people that signed up. I think it was sold out, if I do remember. How many people do you expect this time? How do people register? And is there a cost involved?
Yeah, I should first mention when this is going to happen. It's going to be November 7th through 9th at the University of Memphis FedEx Institute of Technology. So if you go to hackmemphis.com, you will see exactly how to register. And you can also sign up behind the scenes as a volunteer if you're kind of nervous about spending the whole weekend with us. There's still other ways to get involved. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the other things that I was going to?
Yeah, no problem. So we have it down there, is 7th through 9, November 7th through the 9th at the University of Memphis, the FedEx Institute of Technology there. I was just asking, how many people do you anticipate being a part of this? Is there a fee involved, and how people can register?
Yeah, so it's free, but you do have to give us $10 up front when you register. But what happens is we give that $10 right back to you as soon as you show up on Friday the 7th. We just don't want people to sign up and then ghost us. And last year we had about 75 hackers that showed up, and then we had another 25 to 30 volunteers behind the scenes. So it's a pretty big event. I think we ended up with 14 teams that presented a solution at the end of the weekend.
And that's fantastic when it comes to the amount of prize money. I mean, $2,000, that's nice.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Anything else before we let you go, Jessica?
I would just emphasize again for people that are thinking this sounds fun and interesting, but I don't have tech skills. We need you too. We definitely need project managers and creative people and just people that are passionate about these challenge topics that I mentioned. We really need a team that can work together and put all of those different strengths and expertise together. So do not let the technology part scare you away if you're really excited about this event.
All right, Jessica Lotz there with Innovate Memphis, talking about the Memphis Hackathon, November 7th through the 9th at the University of Memphis campus, the FedEx Institute of Technology. One more time, want to show everybody the flyer that they have set up for you. There it is. All right. So listen, Jessica, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks so very much, and good luck on the event, November 7th through the 9th. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You do the same. Appreciate you. Okay, beautiful day outside, 72 degrees. 10:08 is the time. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk.
Well, good morning. I hope you're enjoying that Tuesday morning out there because we are talking about little to no cloud cover within the Mid-South. A couple clouds and showers off to our north and our west, but they do not move into the region over the course of today. And look at that clear sky. That's what's going to continue as we head throughout not just the next couple of hours, but we're talking about the next few days here. With those temperatures in the 60s starting off the morning, warming into the 70s by around 10 or 11 a.m. We are going to be in the 80s for highs as we approach that 3, 4, 5 o'clock time frame. And that is where those highs peak before cooling off into the 70s by sunset and then into the 60s after sunset. And that's where those lows bottom out early tomorrow morning. More rural neighborhoods can get into the 50s, while Memphis itself gets into the 60s, then warming up as we head throughout the day. Next 12 hours, warming through the 60s into the 70s. We'll be in the 80s, peaking those highs around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time frame, and then cooling off. But overall, a warm day, a beautiful day to get outdoors. Light breeze out of the northeast. That can keep us a little cooler today than we will be the next couple of days, but high of 83 in Memphis, 86 in Marks, Mississippi. And as we head throughout the next 10 days, this is going to be where we see lots of sunshine for our Tuesday and our Wednesday tomorrow. Highs getting up into the mid 80s, then highs in the mid to upper 80s by our Thursday and Friday. This could near record high territory. So Thursday and Friday, those are the days we are watching. If we get to around 87, 88 degrees, we could near or break record high temperatures for those days. Then Saturday is highlighted in yellow. That's where we have the chance for some strong to severe storms rolling through the region with that 60% chance of rain continuing into the overnight hours. We'll watch very closely Saturday. If we get a little bit more sunshine earlier on in the day, keep that in mind. That could bring in some stronger storms later on. If the storms roll through a little sooner, that could help keep those storms a little bit less intense. Then into next week, we cool off because a cold front moves through. Highs in the 70s, a stretch of days in the 70s. This is our biggest cool off we've seen yet so far this year as those temperatures return to average with more sunshine in the forecast next week. Just have to get through some stormy periods this weekend first.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There are so many things happening right now across Memphis and the Mid-South. October is one of those busy months, and let's bring in Talisa Franklin, who is staying busy in the month of October with so many different events for Memphians and Mid-Southerners alike. Good morning, Talisa. How's it going?
All is well, my brother. How's it going with you?
Everything's great, especially with this fantastic weather. You can't beat it. So what's going on with you?
Absolutely. First and foremost, I want to thank the NAACP DeSoto chapter for having me on this past weekend for the Freedom Fun banquet. I just want to say thank you. It was just such a blessing to be in DeSoto County. So I just want to say that before I start anything else. So thank you all. It was such a great time. And then y'all want to remind you on this month, we know there's so many things happening, but there's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And so we wear purple in honor of domestic violence survivors. And so on this Wednesday, I will be the mistress of ceremony. I'm so grateful for Delta Medical having this amazing event that is going to honor women that has literally, y'all, they survived. They got great stories. So it's called the Power of Purple Luncheon. It is presented by Delta Specialty Hospital in partnership with the Boulevard Church of Christ. It's happening on this Wednesday, y'all, at 11 a.m. right there in their Family Life Center, 4419 Elvis Presley. Listen, get there. There's so many amazing honorees, y'all, that I know personally that are doing the work to eradicate domestic violence in our communities. And so I'm grateful that we get an opportunity to love on them, to celebrate their tenacity and celebrate their courage. And also, there may be somebody in the room that's battling just like they was. And then also know that there's resources for you. You do not have to suffer alone. Domestic violence can be whether you're getting physically, mentally, emotionally. Don't suffer in silence. There is help, and know that there is help for you right here in the Mid-South. So I'm inviting everybody to the Power of Purple Luncheon that is happening on this Wednesday, and I'm grateful to be the mistress of ceremony. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be really fun. And then, y'all, on Saturday, we all love Liddell Beeman of Heal the Hood, y'all. I always love his name, right? It's like Heal the Hood. And they are having their big annual event that takes place every single year. And when I say it takes place every single year. Liddell Beeman is actually doing the work. And so the big event is literally happening on this Saturday right there on Broad. It's called Taste Around the World. And it's a benefit experience that's for Heal the Hood, and it's happening at the Bridge on Broad event venue. One thing I can say about this event is that this brother always puts on great events, but more so, this is a way to help underwrite their program in helping our young people. And so you'll have tasty dishes from chefs all around Memphis, live performances from the Taste Around Band, live auctions. It's a great fundraiser for the House of Heroes. I understand what he's trying to do, and I'm excited that everybody is jumping in to do it, because we know that in order for us to heal our hood, we got to do it all together collectively. So I want to say kudos, and we cannot wait to celebrate you on this Saturday at 3 o'clock as we have the Taste Around the World benefit experience. And then last but certainly not least, the Neighborhood Christian Center. Let me tell y'all, the Neighborhood Christian Center has been doing the work in our communities for many, many years. I am so honored to be a part of this event as our event host, but I'm more so honored to get an opportunity to serve a couple that has served me when I was in elementary school. Dr. Ballard, Mr. Ballard and Dr. Ballard were a couple that at Douglas High School, y'all, if you were ever in Mr. Ballard's class, you know you always had something to eat and he always impacted you. And so now I understand why they started the Neighborhood Christian Center. And this Sunday, it's called Break the Cycle, where they lift every balloon for every neighbor, y'all. We can do this in honor of the true champion, Dr. Joanne Ballard, that is still with us today. It's happening on October the 19th. I am challenging my friends and my family. We know what all the great work the Neighborhood Christian Center is doing, led by the beautiful Mrs. Effie Johnson, the daughter of Dr. Ballard and Mr. Ballard. Listen, she's leading the work, but many of us know, if you grew up like I did, we depended on the Neighborhood Christian Center. And just like we depended on the Neighborhood Christian Center, there's many people that are depending on the Neighborhood Christian Center as well. And so I want y'all to help us break the cycle and join us this Sunday from 4 to 5 right there on the campus of the Neighborhood Christian Center. It's going to be a blast, Andrew, and I cannot wait just for people to come out and be a blessing, and let's break this cycle of poverty in our communities.
I agree with you, Talisa. You're a blessing to us each and every time you come on the digital desk, and you're a blessing throughout the year here in Memphis and across the Mid-South. Enjoy today, the rest of the week, and all those great events over the next week and weekend. We appreciate your time.
Appreciate you, brother. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk all month long, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We are talking about various things with regarding breast cancer, not only research, but also awareness. And what about screening? Who should be screened for breast cancer? When? Let's bring in Dr. Melanie Crutchfield. She's a surgical breast oncologist with Methodist Cancer Institute, joining us now on the digital desk. So Melanie, that is a great question that always people wonder, who should be screened for breast cancer and when? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, what we generally say is that if you are a woman 40 or over, then you need to get breast cancer screening. And other women that need to get breast cancer screening younger than 40 are women whose mother or sister were diagnosed with breast cancer before the age of 50. So generally we go by 10 years before your mother or sister were diagnosed. So for example, if your mom had a breast cancer diagnosis at 45, then you need to get screened at 35.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a good rule of thumb for everybody out there. We've heard a lot over recent years about genetic testing for breast cancer, increased risk for breast cancer. Tell me your thoughts on that.
So there are certain genetic mutations that can cause an increased risk for breast cancer. The most common ones are BRCA1 and BRCA2, that's BRCA1 and BRCA2. That can mean that you have an up to 80% risk of breast cancer. And this isn't just this isn't just a gene that can be passed on through the women. Men can get BRCA as well, and they can actually get breast cancer with that gene, and they can also pass it on to their children. So it's really important that you know your family history to know who had what when, at what age, and not just with breast cancer, but with other cancers as well, to see if you have a gene that can increase your risk for cancer.
I'm glad you brought up men because they do, as we all know, get breast cancer as well. Should they be screened? How would that work when it comes to men being screened or being checked for breast cancer?
It depends on family history. So if there are a lot of people in your family with breast cancer or with ovarian cancer or with metastatic prostate cancer, then you need to talk to your doctor about getting genetic testing. And if you do have a genetic test that causes you to have an increased risk for breast cancer, then absolutely men need to be screened.
There's thousands of people that join us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Melanie. And if someone's hearing today and they're watching us and they're really unsure what to do when it comes to breast cancer, they're maybe of age where they should get a test, but they're not sure. Where could they find information, or, what would you recommend they do?
Well, the whole thing about that I tell patients is kind of like at the airport. If you see something, say something. So if you are concerned about your breast, go to your doctor, talk to them about it. And even if you aren't concerned, but you're over the age of 40, or you have family history of breast cancer and you want to get screened, you can come to any of our Methodist locations. We have screening. You don't need to have a primary care doctor to get screened for breast cancer. You can get a screening mammogram that is generally covered by your insurance. You don't need a primary care doctor for that. And if you feel something, talk to your doctor, and we'll be happy to see you and take care of it.
Dr. Melanie Crutchfield, she works at the Methodist Cancer Institute, surgical oncologist there. Melanie, thanks again for joining us on the digital desk. We always appreciate you when you come on. Very valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
is not a surgery. This is a minimally invasive procedure, from what I understand. Tell me more about it, and I appreciate you joining on the digital desk. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So this is a surgery that's primarily offered at St. Francis Bartlett. I am a head and neck cancer surgeon that's employed through the West Cancer Center, but and operating out of St. Francis Bartlett. And so this is a surgery, and like you said, it is minimally invasive. Everything is done through the nose. There's no cuts on the outside of the face or anything, and I use very high-powered, high magnification endoscopes to go through and open up the sinuses to treat sinus disease. But while we've been doing sinus surgery for many years, the thing that we're offering now is something called sinus navigation that I use in the operating room. And so what happens is I'm able to get a very high resolution CAT scan of the sinuses. And that helps tell me exactly the sinuses that I need to operate on to open them to help treat a number of things like chronic sinus disease, growths in the sinuses, or any issues with the skull base. And so when I'm in the operating room, I actually put the CAT scan right next to the screen that my cameras are looking at. And in real time, my instruments are tracking across the CAT scan to show me exactly where I am. And in doing so, I'm able to improve my visualization. I'm able to see behind areas of bone or tissue that I wouldn't normally be able to see behind with my camera. It keeps me safe. It keeps me away from the really critical structures that are in the area, such as the eye, such as the base of the skull where the brain is, the carotid artery, the main artery that supplies the brain, and helps me ensure that I'm clearing out all the areas of the disease effectively, really to give the patients the best outcome afterwards.
My understanding, Grant, is that you kind of use GPS technology for this. Tell me a little bit about that, and what kind of patient is the kind of patient that would be suitable for this type of procedure?
Yeah, absolutely. GPS is a great analogy because like you're driving down to the beach or something, you're watching your little blue dot go on the map and track yourself. My instruments are being tracked along the CT scan, so I know exactly where I am at all times. The sinus registers within a millimeter of where I am, so there's very little room for discrepancy. So it really does keep you safe, and the data and the literature really supports that. As far as the patient that is perfect for the surgery, overall, the main type of people are patients that have chronic sinus disease, which, as you kind of alluded to, is a real issue down here in the Mid-South with all of the pollen and allergies that we experience. And ideally, it's a patient that has tried what we call adequate medical therapy, things like topical nasal steroids such as Flonase or sinus rinses such as a Neti-Pot or Navage, and they're still just having symptoms despite all these different medications. And so then we go in and these patients become surgical candidates, and we open up those sinuses to really widen what's called their natural drainage pathways to help them drain the kind of purulent, the pus and mucus that gets trapped in the sinuses, and also provides a way for us to really deliver those medications more directly to the sinuses to really get them a relief.
Does insurance pay for something like this? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So insurances do cover this. This is something where if insurance will cover it if you've tried medical therapy. Generally, a medical therapy is a trial of about 3 to 4 weeks. And if you are still having symptoms after about 3 to 4 weeks, then you would be a good candidate for a sinus surgery. It's really an incentive for insurances to pay for this because chronic sinus disease is such a burden on the healthcare system. There's about $60 billion annually spent on chronic sinus disease. And so it really does fill up our urgent cares, our emergency rooms, and patients that actually do have surgery sooner have less healthcare utilization. They're having less prescriptions. They're having less procedures overall. So it is actually within their financial interest as well to cover this.
So if someone's interested in this, because it sounds interesting, it sounds new, cutting edge, groundbreaking grant, how do people find out more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm employed primarily through the West Cancer Center. Much of my interest is in head and neck cancer surgery and reconstructive surgery, but I am an ear, nose, and throat doctor by training. And so I do general ear, nose, and throat surgery as well. So if a patient is interested and wants to see me for a consultation, I am at the Wolf River campus for West Cancer Center twice a week, and I'm happy to see patients here that can be scheduled through our website or by contacting the West Cancer Center.
Okay, and if someone wants to know about this specific thing, can they go to St. Francis Bartlett or St. Francis's website? I mean, is there stuff online?
Not that I'm aware of. So right now, this is something that we're still getting off the board. That is certainly something that we're working towards, is getting that information readily available to patients. There's, of course, an abundance of information available online as long as you're looking at the correct sources. But I'm also happy to talk to patients extensively about kind of the advantages of this type of surgery.
Okay, great. Well, listen, Dr. Grant Muller, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk and this information about this new endoscopic sinus procedure. It sounds like it could give relief to so many Mid-Southerners out there. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good day.
Sabrina, good morning. It's Andrew Douglas. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. We got about 40 seconds until we come to you. I just wanted to make sure you sound good, everything looks good, and we'll talk to you in a second, okay?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I look forward to it.
Yeah, likewise. Talk to you in a second.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is coming up later this month, the Orange Mound Music Fest. Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm joined by Sabrina Norwood. She is the festival organizer. She's also the executive director of the Young Actors Guild. And she's here to talk a little bit about the Orange Mound Music Festival. Sabrina, good morning to you. Is this the first time the festival has been going on? And tell me what to expect. This is later this month. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing great.
We're super excited. This is our third annual Orange Mound Music Fest here at the Harriet Performing Arts Center. We're expecting a lot of fun, a lot of young people, and a lot of Memphis artists here at the Orange Mound Music Fest. And really exciting this year. This is the first opportunity for the Shell on Wheels to be here in the Orange Mound community. So to be able to bring the Shell on Wheels here to help connect community to arts and to create a really amazing arts and music vibe here in the community, we're really excited to be able to do that.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is Saturday. It's October 25th. It's from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. It's free admission for everybody. Tell me more. What else can we talk about with regards to what's going to happen between 10 and 2 on Saturday, October 25th?
Yeah, from 10 to 2, we have 2 amazing stages. We have an amazing kids zone that will be here. We also have some great artists, some local artists from Memphis. Opera Memphis will be here. Playhouse on the Square will be here. Mr. Gerald Richardson, Izzy the Songstress, Jay Buck, and the list goes on. And certainly our organization, Young Actors Guild, will be here performing. This is an amazing opportunity to provide a platform for local artists who don't typically have an opportunity to have such a platform, but also an opportunity for Memphis to bring the arts back to the community. Sitting here in the Orange Mound community and adjacent to Cherokee and Bethel Grove, we're excited for the opportunity to really reinvigorate this community with the arts and provide this community an opportunity to have a safe environment for young people, a safe environment for the community to come out. There'll be a lot of food trucks, a lot of fun, and we're super excited for our amazing partners. We've partnered this year with the City of Memphis, the Tennessee Arts Commission, Arts Memphis, to be able to put on this amazing event.
It sounds great, Sabrina, and just for our audience, we're talking about performance stages, food truck row, face painting, line dancing, and the Harriet Performing Arts Center on Lamar Avenue. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Okay, so anything else you want to let our audience know about Saturday, October 25th? Sounds like it's going to be a great time.
It is going to be a really great time. Our founder and artistic director, Ms. Christy Chandler, she's done an amazing job casting a phenomenal layout for our music fest this year. She's been working extremely hard. Our volunteers here at the center, we want you to be here. Right now, we're casted for beautiful weather. And so if you don't have anything to do, bring your lawn chairs out so you can enjoy the Shell on Wheels, or you can come in and enjoy our indoor stage. Bring all the children. We have candy, we have face painting, we have art projects, we have an amazing kids zone where they can win some amazing prizes. And then also there's an opportunity for our adults to receive some health checks as well. And so we're just excited to be able to host this event again this year for the third time. And we're looking forward to the Memphis community coming out to support this amazing event.
All right, Sabrina Norwood, one of the big organizers for the music festival set to take place in Orange Mound, October 25th on Saturday from 10 to 2. Sabrina, thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk, telling us about it, and good luck on Saturday. It's going to be a great time, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, Sabrina. Another live look from our High Five camera. Hopefully, they get a chance to have this great weather on Saturday, October 25th. Beautiful skies, 72 degrees at 10:37. Let's talk about our forecast in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Hey, great job, Sabrina. Nice job. Good luck on Saturday, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I hope you're enjoying that Tuesday morning out there because we are talking about little to no cloud cover within the Mid-South. A couple clouds and showers off to our north and our west, but they do not move into the region over the course of today. And look at that clear sky. That's what's going to continue as we head throughout not just the next couple of hours, but we're talking about the next few days here. With those temperatures in the 60s starting off the morning, warming into the 70s by around 10 or 11 a.m. We are going to be in the 80s for highs as we approach that 3, 4, 5 o'clock time frame. And that is where those highs peak before cooling off into the 70s by sunset and then into the 60s after sunset. And that's where Those lows bottom out early tomorrow morning. More rural neighborhoods can get into the 50s, while Memphis itself gets into the 60s. Then warming up as we head throughout the day. Next 12 hours, warming through the 60s into the 70s. We'll be in the 80s, peaking those highs around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time frame, and then cooling off. But overall, a warm day, a beautiful day to get outdoors. Light breeze out of the northeast. That can keep us a little cooler today than we will be the next couple of days. But high of 83 in Memphis, 86 in Marks, Mississippi. And as we head throughout the next 10 days, this is going to be where we see lots of sunshine for our Tuesday and our Wednesday tomorrow. Highs getting up into the mid 80s. Then highs in the mid to upper 80s by our Thursday and Friday. This could near record high territory. So Thursday and Friday, those are the days we are watching. If we get to around 87, 88 degrees, we could near or break record high temperatures for those days. Then Saturday is highlighted in yellow. That's where we have the chance for some strong to severe storms rolling through the region, with that 60% chance of rain continuing into the overnight hours. We'll watch very closely Saturday. If we get a little bit more sunshine earlier on in the day, keep that in mind. That could bring in some stronger storms later on. If the storms roll through a little sooner, that could help keep those storms a little bit less intense. Then into next week, we cool off because a cold front moves through. Highs in the 70s, a stretch of days in the 70s. This is our biggest cool off we've seen yet so far this year, as those temperatures return to average with more sunshine in the forecast next week. Just have to get through some stormy periods this weekend first.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to tell you about an event that is coming up later this month. You know, we talk about men's health sometimes, and we know that generally speaking, men don't like going to the doctor unless they're on practically their deathbed. But there is a men's health event that is happening where you're not only going to get free health screenings, but you're also going to see some panel discussions, and there's going to be other breakout sessions to highlight various topics when it comes to men's health. I want to show you this. This is what we're talking about, a healthy new game plan, Thursday, October 16th from 4 to 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk. This is going to be at Methodist North, and I'm joined by Marcus Ross. He is the Director of Community Engagement with Methodist North. Marcus, tell me more about this event that's coming up. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Yeah,
Doing
we're
well,
excited
thank
about
you.
this event. We're excited about this event. Methodist North Hospital, along with Christ Community, we're partnering to host our first annual Battle for Men's Health. And we're hoping that this event gives men an opportunity to learn about important health topics about their health in a setting that they feel comfortable in. We found from previous community initiatives that we've done that men tend to feel more comfortable talking about their health with other men outside of the hospital setting. So we're hoping that this event gets men comfortable and creates a safe space for them to talk about health and learn about health amongst each other.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I mean, certainly any kind of event that caters to that type of situation is going to be beneficial for the community. So let's talk about when it is, how people can attend, if they need to register, that sort of thing.
Okay, so it's a health event that we want to encompass total men's health. So we'll have breakout sessions there led by physicians, touching on topics such as cardiovascular health, urology, colorectal cancer, mental health, also fitness and nutrition. We'll have a resource area there with different vendors giving out resource information. Also, we'll have a panel of physicians there to answer any questions that any men may have. You may not feel comfortable asking questions in that breakout session setting. So we'll have physicians there that you can ask them questions privately if you want to. But we want to do it in a setting that we feel comfortable in, that men feel comfortable in. A lot of us, we love sports. So we'll also watch the game. We'll have the game out on the big screen on the lawn where we have the opportunity to network and be social. and eat some good tailgate type food.
Yeah, I see that here. Go ahead.
Yes, yes, sir. People that are interested, they can go to methodisthealth.org/men's health event to register for the event. Our event is also posted on Choose 901 and on our Methodist Labona Healthcare Facebook page.
That sounds great. So I just want to make sure that our audience knows, though. So this is an event that's being hosted by Methodist North, but this is going to be in Memphis. Let's talk about the facility where it's going to be so people can understand, you know, exactly where it is. Methodist North is around the Millington area, though.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this event, we understand our service area here at North, but these topics affect everyone in the city, so we want to reach everyone in the city. So our event will be held at the Junior League of Memphis at 3475 Central Avenue.
Okay, great. And so this is the inaugural event, right, Marcus? I mean, you guys haven't done this before. It's free, correct? And do they need to register?
Yes, you can register through our Methodist Labona Healthcare page, /men's health event. This is our first event, so we want to make this a success, and we want to grow each year after this.
Excellent, excellent. So one more time, let me throw up the information there so you can see it for yourself. Free health screenings, information, a Q&A with physicians, panels, that sort of thing, breakout sessions, all while watching Thursday night football at the Junior League of Memphis on Central Avenue there, and you can scan that QR code if you'd like to register. You can also go to methodisthealth.org/men's health event. Again, this is something that's free of charge. Anything else we want to mention, Marcus, before we let you go about this event?
I just want to remind people that we're going to have a good time. We're going to learn about health. We're going to be open, have open dialogue, and I hope to see everyone there.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you this. 1 in 6 people worldwide experience some sort of infertility. And for many parents or would-be parents out there, the path to parenthood, well, that can feel overwhelming, sometimes isolating, and emotionally exhausting, I should say. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by 2 ladies, Olympic gold medalist Tara Lipinski and Dr. Lucky Seacon. She is a reproductive endocrinologist and an infertility specialist. They are joining me on the digital desk to talk about infertility. And Tara, good morning to you. I first want to begin with you. People very familiar with your Olympic record. Congratulations on all your success, your Olympic gold, that sort of thing. But you also had this battle with infertility. Can you tell us about that battle and how you're helping others? Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, it was a long journey for us. We went on a 5-year infertility journey. We went through IVF and miscarriage, endometriosis, and then eventually we chose surrogacy to bring our daughter into this world. But we went through a lot, and I had 24 procedures over those 5 years, 8 egg retrievals, 6 failed transfers, 4 miscarriages. So it was a really difficult phase of life. It was the hardest thing that I had ever done. And I wasn't telling people. I kind of kept it all to myself, and it was a lot to deal with because I still think that there is a taboo feeling when it comes to infertility or miscarriage where we can't really feel comfortable speaking openly about it. And that is really what I'm trying to change, and what my husband and I did when we documented our story and sort of told the world. And it was to change that, to break down the stigma and to open the conversation and have honest conversations about infertility or miscarriage or surrogacy, to normalize it. And that's what we're doing here today. We're partnering with Fertility Out Loud, and Fertility Out Loud is an incredible resource where people that are just starting the journey or have been on it for a while and facing obstacles can go, and it's just a safe place to land to get real information and to also get support. It's a community where there are so many people experiencing the feelings you're feeling, have gone through what you are going through. And I think when a story mirrors your own, there is a great sense of relief, just feeling I'm not alone. I'm not as isolated as I think, and there's hope. And I think hope is one of the most important things you can have on this journey, because there's so many unexpected things that happen, and it can take a while. So you have to have that strength, and you have to be resilient, and you have to get back in the game. And sometimes that's really hard to do. So having a little family to support you, like Fertility Out Loud, is for me, it's priceless, and it's an incredible resource.
I appreciate you opening up to us, Tara. Thank you so much. Lucky, over to you. I keep on hearing over and over again how infertility is becoming more and more of an issue with aspiring parents. Is there any indication what's causing this infertility? I know a lot of theories are out there. What can you tell us?
Well, I think it's great that we're having conversations like this. I think there is more awareness, so it can sometimes feel like it's more prevalent because we're talking about it and it's being diagnosed more and treated more, these are all positives. I think there is a sense that it is increasing in prevalence, though, and one major factor in that is the biological clock. We know that aging, especially on the female side, can really make it more difficult to get pregnant, to ovulate a healthy egg month after month. And it can make an already really inefficient process less efficient. And that's why we give advice like, okay, if you're under 35 and you've been trying for up to a year, it's time to seek help. You don't want to wait too long to see a doctor for testing and treatment. And if you're 35 and older, it's time to see a specialist at the 6-month mark. And if you're in your 40s and you're starting on this journey, don't wait longer than 3 months.
Lucky, let me press a little bit, because I know that there's some parents out there that are watching this that want to have a baby so badly. What would you tell aspiring parents out there that are probably about to or just beginning this whole process?
I think it's important to get educated, because a lot of us, the last time we thought about fertility and what it takes to get pregnant was when we were trying to prevent pregnancy, when we were in high school health class. And unfortunately, society lacks the education needed to really understand this intricate process. So going to resources like fertilityoutloud.com, finding reputable sources to help guide you in your journey so you're not wasting valuable time. I think that's really the first step, is getting to know your body, tracking your cycle, and reporting things to your doctor early and often. If you have painful periods or they're irregular, don't normalize that, because there might be something going on that's deeper. And there can be lots of different gynecologic reasons that one can have trouble with conceiving. And it's important to really get to the bottom of these and get diagnosed sooner rather than later, because it is so time sensitive.
So, Tara, back over to you. You have such a large social media following, big presence there online. What do you want other people to know about your struggles to help them through perhaps their journey and their struggle as well?
Well, it can be really hard to share these feelings with people outside of your immediate family. And that was something that I struggled with for so long. And I think, truthfully, every person's experience is so unique to themselves, and they need to do what's right for their mental health. If they don't want to share, then don't share. If you want to share, then share. And I think for me, I eventually got to that point where I wanted to share. And I just hope, that I can be a source of hope for people who have gone on long journeys. I can hopefully help empower people to advocate for themselves, to get educated, to find support. And at the end of the day, I just want to validate people's emotions through this process. And I think that's what struck me the most when I did tell my story, is the overwhelming response and support that I got from this community. And, there was so many times that, of course, I talked to my immediate family and friends and tried to explain what I was going through. But when someone actually walks that path, they speak about it in a way where you just think, oh my goodness, those are my words. Like I feel that exact same feeling, and to hear that, it makes you feel so seen and heard, and it makes you feel that your feelings are validated, and it also creates a really beautiful bond with, for me, sometimes just a perfect stranger that is DMing me on Instagram. But you realize, oh wow, we really have gone through something that not everyone can understand. So I think finding a support system on this incredibly sometimes difficult journey is essential.
Time frame, and that is where those highs peak before cooling off into the 70s by sunset and then into the 60s after sunset, and that's where those lows bottom out early tomorrow morning. More rural neighborhoods can get into the 50s. Into the 70s. We'll be in the 80s, peaking those highs around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time frame, and then cooling off. But overall, a warm day, a beautiful day to get outdoors. Light breeze out of the northeast. That can keep us a little cooler today than we will be the next couple of days. But high of 83 in Memphis, 86 in Marks, Mississippi. And as we head throughout the next 10 days, this is going to be where we see lots of sunshine for our Tuesday and our Wednesday. Tomorrow, highs getting up into the mid 80s. Then highs in the mid to upper 80s by our Thursday and Friday. This could near record high territory. So Thursday and Friday, those are the days we are watching. If we get to around 87, 88 degrees, we could near or break record high temperatures for those days. Then Saturday is highlighted in yellow. That's where we have the chance for some strong to severe storms rolling through the region, with that 60% chance of rain continuing into the overnight hours. We'll watch very closely Saturday. If we get a little bit more sunshine earlier on in the day, keep that in mind. That could bring in some stronger storms later on. If the storms roll through a little sooner, that could help keep those storms a little bit less intense. Then into next week, we cool off because a cold front moves through. Highs in the 70s, a stretch of days in the 70s. This is our biggest cool off we've seen yet so far this year, as those temperatures return to average with more sunshine in the forecast next week. Just have to get through some stormy periods this weekend first.